Бачимо, які обставини, що банківські конференції під час війни, вони вчасно не починаються. На жаль, ракетні обстріли тривають і досі тривога, але я бачу, що найсміливіші люди зібралися в залі, які не бояться таких загроз, не бояться російських терористів і готові працювати навіть за таких умов. Отже, мене звуть Андрій Яніцький, я телеведучий з Еспресо ТВ, економічний оглядач. Сьогодні буду з вами з ранку до вечора, такий рамковий ведучий. Коротко розповім про правила. Є в нас гості, які онлайн, є глядачі, які онлайн. Якщо вони хочуть поставити, якщо ви хочете поставити питання, пишіть, будь ласка, і мені їх передадуть, я їх озвучу нашим спікерам. Ми працюємо, можливо, трохи затримуємося через те, що вийшли з графіку, приблизно до 13:40, і тоді буде обід. До того часу обіду не буде. Звісно, якщо треба вийти, то треба вийти, але графік такий. І потім буде друга сесія. Розпочнемо. Сьогодні ми говоримо про банки, небанківські фінансові установи та програми міжнародної підтримки в Україні. Це
rocket attack again today, both in Kiev in particular, but also here in Lviv. But life goes on, and I think one of the messages that everybody needs to have is that while people think that Ukraine is very risky and wars going on and everything, life does go on. People take their children to school every day. People go shopping at grocery stores every day. People walk around the malls. Small businesses reactivate very quickly here. So we will survive and thrive. Chris Abrams was supposed to, of USAID's Office of Economic Growth, was supposed to give some opening remarks, but he is now not available. But he did ask me to say a couple of things from his talking points. And so I'd like first put on Chris Abrams' USAID hat and give a couple points that he made. The most important of those are the Russian missile attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure and power system beginning in October have brought home clearly that we are now in an economic war as well as a military one. Increased support for Ukrainian businesses is needed now. Access to finance is vital, and we need to spur investment, lending, and alternative sources of financing. The U.S. government is committed to Ukraine. Whatever it takes was President Biden's response when asked about the cost of U.S. assistance to Ukraine. Whatever it takes. Now I'll put on my financial sector transformation hat. I too would like to welcome you to this event. For those of you online, this is offline, online. We have about I guess about 20 people here. I wish all of you could be here because networking is just a very important aspect of everything, but particularly of banking, networking is very important. Our program today begins with a look at the market in Ukraine, what the financing needs are, and how they can best be met. We will present the results of a bank survey that we did and the experience of Ukrainian agencies and firms that have implemented international programs. We also have a very distinguished panel that will also contribute to the discussion. In the second part of this program, we will focus on what international financial organizations and donors are offering. And we are very pleased that we have a very good representation of international financial institutions here in the afternoon. And I thank all of them, especially those on the East Coast, who are getting up very early to participate. Most international programs can be divided into 4 categories. There's just essentially credit lines for online lending. There are guarantee and risk sharing mechanisms. There is technical assistance, and there are grants and concessional finance. Now, having said that there are these 4 different categories, I will tell you immediately that most of the programs do a little bit of all of it, so they're hybrids. The DFC, for example, does both debt and equity financing. It does guarantees, and it does political risk insurance. There are other programs that combine lending to small businesses with technical assistance provision of one sort or the other. There are other programs that combine lines of credit to banks or non-bank financial institutions with credit enhancements based upon key performance indicators of the borrowers. Finally, there are investment programs that provide seed capital and or risk-sharing capital, first loss capital, to also make lending more effective. So it's important to focus on the details, and we hope and we've asked all of the programs that we'll be presenting today to get down into the details and tell us what are your eligibility requirements? Who are your target clients? How much does it cost? How long does it take? What are your reporting requirements? And all of the above, and we hope they will do that. Let me finish by talking just a little bit about the FSR program. We are a new 5-year activity. We are allowed to work in 4 general areas. 1 is legal, regulatory, supervisory. 2 is communications. 3 is financial infrastructure, which includes fintech and payment systems. And the 4th is what we're doing today, which is try and help on the financial intermediation between business and the financial sector. We too, as a program, are in the process of designing our own grant mechanisms for financial institutions. We're not sure exactly what that will be yet, but I think we're going to publish soon an expression of interest that says, give us your best ideas, and if we can, we will fund them to the best of our ability. So we hope to be able to do that, expression of interest in mid-January, and we hope to be lending or dispersing funds within a couple months of that period of time. So again, let me thank all of you for participating. I think this will be a very informative and educational event, and I think it will help us move forward in this very difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert Bond, who is the head of the USAID Financial Sector Reform Project in Ukraine. Thanks a lot. And I would like to tell the other speakers, if you want, you can go to the stage. If not, you just have your microphones with you, so as you wish. On international programs, under the auspices of the business development funds, that will be the topic of Andriy Hapon, Executive Director of the Business Development Fund. Andriy, you're welcome. You can also use the clicker, as far as I understand. Yes, let me try. Welcome, dear colleagues. Let me welcome all of you, all of our partners, prospective partners. I'm Adri Hapon. I'm Executive Director of Business Development Fund, and a lot of you already know about our activity. But for those of you who don't, let me tell a couple of words for you to get acquainted with our activity and operation. First of all, let me tell that the Business Development Fund is actually celebrating its 20th anniversary. But unfortunately, the Russian aggression has made it impossible to have a large celebration. That's why within the fund, we decided to postpone the celebration to the post-victory period when we will be already assessing the results of our work during the war. Since you know, now the fund has managed to accumulate both human resources and all of its financial resources in order to provide for the implementation of our main goal, which is to facilitate access of small and medium-sized business to financial resources in Ukraine. We were founded in 1996 by the credit KfW from the government of Germany, as well as the National Bank of Ukraine and the Ministry of Finance and the government of Ukraine. Very well, the government of Ukraine is a kind of our sole owner, the only shareholder represented by the Ministry of Finance. We are a financial institution of second level, which means that we have the main designation to do crediting for banks with the money of our own capital and the money given by the German government for credits for small and medium-sized businesses. Here you can see the main umbrella, kind of a display window of the projects we are now processing. We could actually split all our activities, probably not now, but before this period, we could split it all into crediting and administration of the state program 579. Now, all these components are integrated because it's only through this combination that we can give companies, enterprises, which are our end beneficiaries, the full range of assistance they need. In my today's speech, I would like to focus more on our credit programs and on the program of Financier, which has been completed this year, but I would like to share the results of this program and its implementation. So the overall scope of support of businessmen during the period of activity of our fund is more than 109 billion hryvnias. Sorry, the clicker doesn't work. Now we have 4 crediting programs in place. They were launched together with KfW, and each of them is rather specific, but at the same time, it is designed to support specific businessmen. And the basic results I would like to show you is the results of the SMEs investment support program, which is 10 million euros, and this amount was transformed into almost 1 billion credits. Within our credit portfolio, we created in this way more than 3,000 jobs and preserved even more jobs for our businessmen in Ukraine. We have a full package of tools to support SMEs, and this toolkit actually is combining different tools, and it creates the opportunity for business to go the stage from startup to its final full-fledged activity. Our new projects are very much peculiar, in particular within this SME support program and another energy efficiency program that has been launched recently. And the characteristic feature of these programs is that we have created the mechanism for giving credit money in the national currency of Ukraine. We managed to do this using the hedging hedging tool that was suggested within the EU for business to us by the European Union, which provided us additional assistance, 5 million euros, with which we are covering together with the Business Development Fund all the currency risks resulting from currency exchange rates fluctuations in the market of Ukraine. And by the way, For almost 5 years of operation of this program, the fluctuations have not been there, and we managed to save quite an amount of money of European taxpayers because unlike cases of risk insurance following standard rules, we will have to somehow react to fluctuations. We haven't had cases like this, but at the same time, like yesterday, we had a meeting with one bank, other banks, and we do realize that all credits in Ukraine should be provided in national currency. This is the most popular product in the market, and we would like to draw attention of all those present to the fact that we could actually launch this mechanism for your for providing assistance to you, because then the final beneficiary, the company, may get a credit in the national currency, and it would not bear any additional currency risks. I mean, neither the bank nor the very data. Thanks to this hedging and revolving models, um, we managed to transform the assets of the program from 10 million that were involved at the beginning to 17.4 millions, which is the asset we have currently got and we may be using to help our businessmen. And we are a non-profit organization, and we are not setting the goal to pay dividends. That's why working via the Business Development Fund, you may be using our work to achieve social goals, in particular to make your credits cheaper. And this is really happening. As a result of such increase in assets, we will manage to get um, additional resources and take additional steps to promote these programs to make them more popular. And we are creating the buffer for the future currency risks, not to bring any problems for your programs. In 2020, the Financia program was launched. It deals with the restoration of SMEs in the east of Ukraine. This was the program related directly to Luhansk and Donetsk regions that were the territories of these regions that were controlled by the government of Ukraine. And this program presupposed subsidizing of partners via banks for the sake of compensation of 15% of their own contribution or credit or leasing out of the money of the EU. In fact, this program was launched 2 years ago, and it's already this year that it has been completed. We've got rather good results, and the main goal of the program was not just to provide assistance to the entrepreneurs from the East who didn't have access to financial assets due to hostilities in the neighboring areas, but the aim was also to make the financial institutions that have left those regions or could not work there because of the decisions of their parent holding companies to get back there to that region and to keep working with these entrepreneurs. At the beginning, we had only 2 state-owned banks represented in that region that were giving credits to local businesses. But already in 2021, there were 11 companies that were happy to join this region because they realized that business is the same. This is Ukrainian business and it requires some resources, and they could be working there with those businesses and gain some profits. Our core companies that have got the most that are beneficiaries were agrarian companies, agricultural ones. But at the same time, let me mention that the lion's share among all those projects was the share of small enterprises, which means that this program was actually was designed for small enterprises that are the main pillar of the Ukrainian economy, and of which we have very many. I think that this was a very successful project. Unfortunately, we failed to complete it in the territories which we wanted to embrace right from the beginning. And since the beginning of the full-scale aggression, the invasion, the financier program actually had to move to Ivano-Frankivsk and Lviv. And the final parts of the program were provided as subsidies to our farmers for the sowing campaign this year to compensate for the cost of fuel and other things, other materials they needed to really have this seeding or sowing campaign. So we allocated more than 13 million hryvnias to raise the harvest in the region where we are located. I think that this was also a good thing. It was based on the rational decision. This was an informed decision, and it was a timely and relevant decision. But I think that the final results of our work in this component can be actually seen in the movie. It's the air alarm in the video.
The European Union stands firm in its support to Ukraine, despite the very difficult time the country goes through because of this unprovoked war that turned part of it into war zone. The European Union pursued its strong support to Ukrainian farmers.
We coincided with the EU to redirect the funds that remained in the program, and we redirected them to support farmers in their sowing campaigns.
Фонд розвитку підприємства разом з KfW обрав партнером банк Львів як такий, що має відповідну клієнтську базу та можливість для ефективного розподілу коштів проєкту FinanceIst для підтримки агробізнесу при проведенні посівної кампанії та робіт зі збирання врожаю пшениці.
Допомога від Європейського Союзу була дуже на часі. Війна зруйнувала всі плани. Не було можливості вчасно закупити добрива, які ж необхідні рослинам саме в цей час, тому що вегетативний розвиток рослини чекати не буде. Грант дав можливість це все зробити вчасно для отримання врожаю.
На той момент це були для нас критичні потреби. Грантові кошти були використані в основному це мінеральні добрива, оскільки вони тоді дуже швидко почали рости в ціні.
Ці кошти були необхідні для засіву ярової культури, відповідно ярової пшениці. То вони дійсно нам відіграли важливу роль, бо все було вчасно закуплено складних добрив, також з азотних добрив, відповідно засобів захисту щодо обробітку даної культури. І це великий плюс. Ми дуже вдячні, надіємося на майбутню співпрацю. Фермер ніколи не був слабким. Фермер завжди був сильним. Він завжди працював і працювати буде.
Для нас це наш фронт. Ми його тримаємо задля перемоги.
Розуміння того, що ми тут народилися, вклали свою душу і будемо стояти до останнього, будемо старатися бути корисними у всьому для нашої країни.
Ми завжди будемо працювати, ми переможемо, та завжди буде Україна.
Thank you for attention. I think that the small digital insertion into my presentation was really relevant because my information, statistics, and figures is not everything our program embraces. And to conclude, I would like to share our plans. What are we going to do in the nearest future? We see that unfortunately, financial resources is something that is very difficult to obtain in Ukraine, and it's becoming more and more difficult. That's why in some territories, for some companies that have already lost something during this war, crediting in banks is something that cannot be obtained as well. That's why we are looking for other ways for those companies to survive, to keep staying in Ukraine and to keep paying taxes, for us to really be able to create the economic front line for our victory. I will not go into details concerning this program that you can see in the screen, but let me, and I will not do this just because we will have another speaker who will tell us more on the achievements. GIZ and Sparkassen Stiftung together with us are launching a grant program for business, for Ukrainian business. It aims at restoring the finance into SMEs in the conditions of war. The compensation will be provided in the amount of up to 30% of the investment project. This is a very interesting example of cooperation, and we are sure that this is just the beginning, because already now we have some other projects at the GIZ projects at the completion stage. These are the projects related to cluster support of business and support of municipalities. I really hope that the dialogue will be really very much efficient, and we will also engage some other organizations that can provide professional analytical consultations to USAID for our assistance to really be up to the point. So once again, thank you for coming. Thank you for listening to me, in spite of the fact that I'm now in Kyiv, where there is a missile attack again, and where my family is staying, and probably a few families of a lot of you are there now. But anyway, we will win, and victory will come very soon. Thank you. A very inspiring speech. In particular, I like the fact that you told about the project that was relocated from the east to the west. And you know, everything changes in our lives. Sometimes the east and the west are shifting their places. But that's good, because Ukraine is one united country. There is no east, there is no west. We have to help each other. You were talking from the point of view of the non-governmental organization about finance. Well, non-profit, let's say non-profit organization, right? So it would be more correct to put it like that. And it would also be of interest to hear what profitable organizations think about finance. In particular, Volodymyr Kuzo, the executive director of Bank Lviv, will tell us more on the cooperation with international financial institutions. You're welcome. Thanks a lot, Andriy. Good morning, dear colleagues present in the room and staying with us online. It's a pleasure and honor for me to be representing Bank Lviv at today's event, since I think that unprovoked, brutal war of aggression we are in today requires from international organizations solidarity, and it requires solidarity from the whole international financial community. It requires the launching of new international programs of financial support of Ukraine, and via the Ukrainian banking system, Ukrainian banks, this can be done, and the results will be really impressive for SMEs in Ukraine and for Ukrainian households and families. That's why I'm happy to be here. Thank you for to the organizers for the invitation. Thank you, Andriy, for your inspirational video, Andriy from Business Development Fund. And let me also say that we, as the bank, are getting a lot of inquiries and requests from international organizations, and Bank Lviv over the recent couple of years has been developing the strategy of cooperation with international organizations that would help us support SMEs in Ukraine, in particular in the Western region. Let me also try and whether the clicker works. Yes, it works. In fact, we are getting those requests and inquiries from international organizations, and we are ready to take part in the implementation of support programs for SMEs. It is with this goal in view that we are participating in the designing of new programs for IFIs in further discussion. For example, on the 25th of November, our partners, European Fund for Southeastern Europe and one more fund, organized a large event in Moldova for the central banks, financial institutions, for donors, international donors in particular. And it was really emotional. Particular solidarity was expressed in relation to Ukraine, and our bank also participated in the discussions with international organizations in panel discussions, because new year we're going to really launch new programs, and we see that different IFIs have commitments to further support Ukraine. Before I tell you a couple of words about our programs with IFIs, let me give you the context of our bank, because the context is really relevant during this war. Yeah, IFIs. By IFIs, I mean international financial institutions. There was a question from the audience what this abbreviation means. The context of our bank is important because we are a local bank with the headquarters in Lviv, 16 divisions in 6 regions of the west of Ukraine and in Kyiv. And we work for 30,000 of our clients, and our credit portfolio makes $120 million, and 90% of this portfolio, this is something related to SMEs and micro business in Ukraine. Just a couple of words about the history. In Martin Patterson in 1996 actually acquired the bank and expanded the network to most regions, to more regions of Ukraine. Then we got a new impetus thanks to the majority investors, Swiss Investment Fund, Responsibility Investments, and German consulting company in Sparking Development that is providing managerial services, and the management of our bank represented. NAFCO last year also entered our company. 14% is the share of NAFCO in our stock. It's really important for international financial institutions to see whether you are a reliable, a comfortable partner. That's why in the case of Bank Lviv, we've got 3 major shareholders with good reputation. These are international shareholders, and they are representatives of Switzerland and Scandinavian countries. Our management board has good background in the financing of business in Eastern European and in Caucasian countries, and is developing this trust in the relationship with IFIs. And starting with 2017, NAFCO and USAID was also joined by some other IFIs that started cooperating. KfW, the German Recovery Bank, provided a subordinated debt of $3 billion within the agricultural finance program for SMEs in the field of agriculture. The Dutch Triodos Investment Bank provided $5 million for the development of the SME segment in Ukraine in 2019-2020. EFSA GGF Fund and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development provided synthetic long crediting lines in the national currency to ensure long-term finance for our clients. Let me click the slides. And in fact, all the business governance, financial governance that are given to our bank by IFIs are always performed, are always implemented, and this shows that we are a reliable partner for international organizations. At the beginning of the war, we really felt huge support, both in terms of long-term funding coming from our partners and in terms of credit guarantees, grant programs, and I will focus just on some of them. Let me focus on the core ones. Let's say let's take the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. together in the consortium with AFSA and GGF funds, we got the new syndicated loan agreement amounting to 10 million USD to finance SMEs, in particular relocated businesses, and that happened in August this year. AFSA and GGF funds also provided us a direct grant for ensuring uninterrupted operation and the main critical processes within our bank, and the opportunity to go to cloud in one of the countries of the EU and have reserve backups there. Thanks to KfW, we also got a grant amounting to 385,000 euros for agricultural producers in Western Ukraine, and our bank clients that got those grant shares for their sowing campaign, seeding campaign. And also some other projects with KfW became possible after the visit of the Minister Frau Schulze, Minister of Economy of Germany, that took place in June this year to our bank. Also in cooperation with the British international organization Oxfam, we are providing grant money via our bank to businesses that help those affected by the war and IDPs, in particular the businesses that are helping with food, with accommodation, and with preparation of shelters and for these people. Most grant programs were introduced in July, August. That was during the active phase of the hostilities. And these NBFIs really became our strong, powerful support. And they were not waiting for the hostilities to end up. They just started actively supporting our bank, our clients, and giving a clear signal that they are really ready to keep supporting Ukraine for the future. Also, a very important, and Andrei, thank you for mentioning this as well. It was very important that we have this finances, the financial program, and within it, with the support of KfW and some other ones, we managed to provide support to our farmers for them to have this sowing campaign. And yesterday, almost yesterday, we signed the memorandum on joining the program of 30% of compensation, which will be funded by the German government, and this is in cooperation with GIS and Sparkasse Stiftung, and the administrator of the program will be Business Development Fund. The overall amount is $1.3 million euros, sorry, and the maximum amount of grant will be 30,000 euros. Another important agreement, last week, Bank Lviv got the credit guarantees, portfolio guarantees for the amount of $15 million. The agreement was signed and obtained from the American DFC cooperation in cooperation with USAID, and that will really help us develop the portfolio for SMEs amounting to about $19 million. And in combination with other components, that makes a very strong and solid base, because besides commercial activities, we will have a chance to make this impact to ensure resiliency of the banking system, in particular in this region. Last week, we welcomed, it was a great pleasure and honor for us to welcome the delegation from the US, Mr. Scott Nathan, CFD of the the Global Fund, then Bridget Brint, the ambassador, Jim Hope, and with their presence, they also showed that the US is solidary with Ukraine. So we keep cooperating with them, and we've got their commitments that we will expand our cooperation in the future. Just a couple of words on the very agreement. So this is $15 million, 80% will be covered by DFC instead of the clients, in case for different reasons our client doesn't have enough mortgage and collateral, liquid collateral to cover. And there will be the AAA guarantee provided by DFC that covers this risk for the bank. And qualified borrowers will be micro businesses, SMEs, our clients. And since we have passed the due diligence together with DFC, We have a chance to launch this program already now and to finance our clients with the guarantee of Development Finance Corporation. The advantage is that we can pass decisions very quickly following our current banking policy, not waiting for the one by one credit decisions and not waiting for the approval from DFC. So that makes our work quicker and smoother in terms of credit issuance, and the mechanism of claiming in case of default is also very clear. And to conclude, let me also mention that additionally in Bank Lviv, we produced the first report on sustainable development, that the challenges classical for classical crediting. Of course, most of the surveyed banks are using state programs. The share of them is 80%, and the share of programs in state banks is more, is more than 50%. With private banks is less than 25%. Well, most of them claim that they're fine with those state programs. There are, of course, some tricky issues like timely payment of the compensation. And they have also mentioned that in the future they would like to have such programs extended, which is generally good, that they have positive feedback about these state-owned programs, in particular 579 programs. The level of awareness of international programs is in fact not bad. Mostly a high awareness of credit programs, but by the way, the lowest level of awareness was with non-bank financial institutions. So probably banks with foreign capital have better basis and better access to such information, and they are better aware of different programs. So in spite of the fact that the level of awareness is rather good, the level of use of credit guarantee programs is much, much lower. Only 1/3 of banks are using credit programs of the guarantee programs. And as far as guarantee programs are concerned, only private banks mentioned that they are using such programs, while 90% of those surveyed mentioned that they would need such programs, but there were also 10% who mentioned that they don't need such programs of support. The experience of using international credit programs. So here we were asking for some own versions of their answers, and in general they mentioned that it is efficient to use credit lines, but top 3 drawbacks are mentioned: too rigid requirements to reporting, too many limitations and constraints, and too high interest rates and commission fees. But when we ask with what one thing they would change, they mentioned the procedure of accessing such programs. They mentioned that the procedure of accessing is very complicated. They have to work a lot with the documents, and probably the requirements could be simplified. Among other wishes, they mentioned, well, not the drawbacks, but something that needs to be paid attention to: high interest rates, commissions for issuance, and restrictions related to the size of the borrower. We also asked them what international compensation programs for interest rates they are using, and they had to mention only state municipal programs. Grant programs. Only 1/3 of banks is using grant programs. Out of them, 2 state-owned banks mentioned that they are using grant programs. And the experience is also positive in most cases. And what else can be included into grant programs? These are new products and tools, factoring, leasing, subsidizing of credits, and administration of credits for clients. We also asked in what grant programs they are most interested and least interested. So the higher level of interest in the programs of partial compensation of the cost of credits or co-funding of credits at the expense of the grants to reduce this load on SMEs, and the least level of interest is in technical assistance and consultations. I mean that banks can cope with this issue on their own, and technical assistance and consultations are not that important as co-funding. And here are priority sectors for grant programs. They mentioned electricity or energy, water supply, processing, agriculture, transport, and communication, and some other ones in smaller percentage rates. The wishes. expressed concerning the terms of international programs. Well, first of all, we do need guarantee and insurance mechanisms with the level of coverage, risk coverage of 50 up to 80%. And it would also be good to have the understanding of the products that are ensuring military and political risks that could be available. So today we will have the presentation from DFC and MEGA. They were included onto the agenda in the last minute, and these presentations will really be important. And let's insist on this topic. This topic should really be on our agenda all the time. Another wish was about finance, and they're interested not in short term but in mid-term and long-term finance at a lower interest rate and in the national currency. And of course, they are interested in programs for business. This is related to what I told about the grants, because this is one of the mechanisms how grants can be provided. So this is preferential investment crediting of SMEs at the lower rate, not higher of LIBOR than 5% compensation, and simplified access to programs. So to sum it all up, I would like to say that business crediting goes on in spite of the war, and in spite of the level of interest and quite good awareness. Less than 1/3 of banks are using international programs. The experience in general is positive. That's why we need to expand it, to reinforce it. And this discussion with international organizations should be supported and maintained all the time. State programs were dominating, were prevailing. They will continue, but the banks are looking for the diversification of such programs because they don't want to rely on state programs only. And of course, IFIs should pay attention to flexibility in their approaches, quick adjustment, less bureaucracy. We understand that in normal conditions that would have been different, but the situation requires flexibility. I think that if you stay here, you change your attitude to this. And Robert himself said that after a month of staying here, he realized what I had been talking about, that you need to constantly adjust and show flexibility. Standard approaches will not work. So let's continue with this dialogue, even pressure, I would call it that way. And let's hope that we will have the results already next year. Thank you for attention. Yes, you have taken my agenda, so please give it back to me. Thank you for this exclusive information. For me, as for the journalist, it's always exclusive, and I'm trying to already think how I could use it further. I hope that you will come to our studio one day. With this, we are concluding this part of the discussion, but please don't disappear because we're going to have a panel discussion. The moderator will be Maria Kulhanova, Executive Director of NABU. And I will be introducing, there are questions, right? 2 minutes. Okay, you can actually replace the inscriptions in the meantime. Thank you. I'm really happy to be staying here. Um, I came here just by accident. You know, I'm from USAID. I'm Victoria Marchenko. And it was thanks to Taras Yeleko that I got here to this conference, and I'm really happy about this fact. I'm the head of projects, of development projects, civil society development projects, and free media development. Don't say mass media. It's the end of the air alarm. In Russia, they have mass media or means of mass disinformation. With us, we should call it media, free media. I've been working in USAID for 28.5 years. I will not tell you all my story, but I started my activity in the economic department when the director of the National Bank was Viktor Yushchenko, and Mr. Penzanik was the Minister of Economy. Mr. Yekhanura was the Director of the Fund of State Property. and the entrepreneurship fund was being established. The Lapin is my friend. And also the Commission on Securities was being established, and I was taking the first composition to Washington, to New York, to America, and we saw the way it all works. I would give the following questions. Do we have Vladislav Berezhny from Credit Agricole Bank, or not yet? He's staying online with us. But maybe we will leave this question for the next panel. No, I would just like to say that I'm really grateful to Credit Agricole because we are the clients of Credit Agricole, the USAID, and the US Embassy. And your division of Credit Agricole in Hnatiuka Street is really fantastic. All girls there and one person relocated from Kherson, they are great. So as far as the program is concerned, you see the direction of improvement of transparency and communication in the reform of the financial sector is a really important direction of our work. And we can actually really cooperate with you in this because the media program I work with is the program for $75 million. And the programs and civil society development are also very powerful. We are working at financial literacy of citizens, and civil society organizations are supporting us, and media are supporting us. And with all this, we can really help. Here, we have Espresso TV, which is very close to the place where I now live because I used to live in Kyiv and Chernihiv. And we should not work with oligarchic structures. We are working with top free media, the Institute of Mass Information as the grantee of our media program. Every quarter makes monitoring and provides us the 10 top topics and top 10 media. And I'm happy that Espresso TV last quarter was within top 10. So let's cooperate. Glory to Ukraine. Well, again, my agenda has been stolen. Sorry for that. Let me invite to this improvised podium, to this improvised stage, Natalia Budkova-Vidvitska, member of the management board in charge of SMEs of Oshchad Bank, Yevhen Zaigrai, member of the board for SMEs Private Bank, Yevgenia Borodina, head of Medium and Small Enterprises Center, Ukrsy Bank. Is Yevgenia online with us? Serhiy Mahtich, Deputy Chairman of the Board of the First Ukrainian International Bank, PUMB. Well, not everyone has come, right? Vladislav Berezhny, Director of the Trade and Structural Finance Department, Credit Agricole Bank, just mentioned. He will be staying with us online, the same as the previous speaker. All the speakers are online. Ruslan Spivak, PhD, Director, Corporate Business, Raiffeisen Bank. Serhiy Stepansky, Chairman of the Management Board, Agroprosperis Bank. And Alexander Khrushchev, Head of Supervisory Board, ULF. Let me give the rights for facilitation to Maria, and we have half an hour for this discussion. It used to be an hour and a half, but oh, sorry, it's really an hour and a half. Okay, we'll try to be quicker. Thanks a lot to everyone. Let me welcome all of you. We are launching our discussion already after the air alarm. The air alarm is over, so let's get relaxed and let's talk about a very interesting survey. Yulia, by the way, thank you for your information. I think for colleagues from banks and into financial institutions, the figures were not surprising. But let's go deeper. Let's go beyond all those diagrams that we saw in Julia's presentation. And I suggest the following format. I will just be asking a question, and we are going to complement what each of us says, or will have a chance to voice your alternative visions. So my first question to everyone is as follows. At the beginning of the full-scale war, and that is absolutely logical, uh, we had a much shorter range of state support services provided to SMEs. And we focused more on the state support on 579 and on portfolio guarantees, which was absolutely logical. And it is shocking our foreign friends that this continues and everything is being adjusted to changes, to new events. But what would be your assessment of the range of services of international programs for supporting SMEs? Has this range of services changed? Does this affect the structure of the proposals of the offer of bank products for SMEs? And we already have the Oshchad Bank's presentation on the screen, so probably Natalia, you will start. Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy to be present here with you today. And before I start telling about our bank and about support programs for micro and small and medium-sized business, I would like to tell that yesterday our bank and one more bank together with our FRP also signed another agreement concerning support programs with the support of the German government. And you know, that was a really long awaited event. And for 9 or 10, almost 10 months of the war, we are already not counting. We have been working only with the support of the state-owned programs. Our bank, thanks to its management and thanks to the competences, has a very good expertise in the cooperation of with international donors. We used to work with then the support of KfW, EBRD, and now we can see in the screen all the mechanisms that have been implemented over the recent period for our clients. But so far, since the beginning of the war, the bank has got only the tools of state support. Please, the next slide. So this year we worked within the 579 program. The slide before, please. One more slide backwards. Yes, 579 state guarantees, and in May, together with the expert crediting agency, we launched the program of exporter support. It's not a large-scale project program as yet, but we hope that next year we will help much more of our clients than we used to help in 2022. Thank you. The next. Yes, anything to be added? I think that you all have to share your ideas on this point. Online colleagues are not very active, so probably offline colleagues. We'll start with you. Okay, on behalf of Privat Bank, I would like to answer your question and say that we are, of course, interested in both state and non-state programs of SME support. And that's why we're present here. Today, we are the most active actor in state programs, but the survey shows, and my colleagues have already mentioned, that international programs are not that much used by state-owned banks, and Privat Bank is not a participant of international programs, but we would like to enter some international programs to provide access to more clients to these programs via the network of our divisions and via our online channels of communication and sales. What programs are of interest or what programs are not interesting for us? That was your question. From what we know, we have direct funding programs for direct funding for banks or clients, risk sharing programs, and grant programs. These are the three core directions. In fact, we are not very much interested in the direct finance programs because it has already been mentioned today. that the banking system has a rather high liquidity, and PrivatBank is the bank that has actually increased even during the war in this sense, because clients were looking for banks that would be not just stable, which means state-owned banks, but at the same time, the banks that could ensure transactions, because the role and functions of state banks during the war is really important. And this is the blood vessel system of the economy, and it should be operating, which is not just about credit, because credits came late and we started issuing credits with our colleagues probably somewhere in the third week after the outbreak of the war. But before that, our main effort focused on BCP, business continuity plans, for people to be able to make payments, for private individuals to be able to withdraw the money, for the incassation to work, for agencies to work. But crediting is, of course, also important to fight with the war, to do recovery, and that's why we are an active user of the program of state guarantee, and we are also interested in similar programs with international financial institutions, and we already have some dialogue with some of those institutions. Why is this of interest? That's because during the war, it's very difficult to pass credit decisions for any bank or any financial institutions to give money not for a short period but for a long period, because banks are responsible primarily for the repayment of money to their depositors. That's why different risk sharing programs, including international and state ones, help us all, both state banks, state-owned banks, and private banks, and representatives of international financial institutions, to accept this credit risk and to help the economy, entrepreneurs, and large corporations to involve money into the floating assets, which is very important. You know, the conditions have changed. Every supply is now requiring some prepayment, and we need to recover, rebuild what has been destroyed. We need to ensure relocation. We require equipment, transport, a lot of other things. That's why these programs are already helping and will keep helping us in the future. And as far as grants are concerned, these programs are also of interest for us, because they actually stimulate, encourage businessmen and businesses to invest money into develop. And this, of course, creates additional development of economy and additional demand. So the fact that you're already having some negotiations means that the range provided by NBFIs is something of interest for you. Maybe some colleagues from online, Serhii. Uh, Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, let me express my gratitude to you for the invitation. Unfortunately, I couldn't come physically to Lviv. Probably I will catch up with it next time if I'm invited. As far as our bank, PUMB, First International Bank, private bank, is concerned, this is the largest Ukrainian bank with private capital. We are a very active participant of the two main state programs, which are 579 and the program presupposing financing for SMEs, business with involvement of the state guarantees from the Ministry of Finance. We are bank number 4 within the program 579. Only state-owned capitals are higher, and we are bank number 5 in terms of funding under state guarantees. Answering your question whether we are the participants of any international programs, I must tell you that now, unfortunately, no, not yet. I don't know what the reason for that is, but we are ready to join the international programs that are currently available in Ukraine for Ukrainian banks. When I was studying the different programs that are available in Ukraine, I saw that mainly the participants in those programs are either state-owned banks, the share of which now exceeds more than 60%, even probably 70% within the banking sector, or banks with foreign capital. I have not yet seen their banks with Ukrainian private capital. I think that probably that is the issue to be corrected in the nearest future. This is what it looks for me like. As far as the programs for which there is a demand on our side, you know, the previous colleagues, like Yevhan in particular, have already mentioned that the programs that would be of interest would be the programs supporting banks via hedging or via insurance or partial insurance and coverage of risks. Today, the program presupposing provision of state guarantees, unfortunately, is on suspension, is on hold. As far as I remember, last month, the limits that were provided to the banks were distributed, and the limits that were not used by foreign banks and banks with private capital were redistributed in favor of banks with state capital. We made an address asking to increase this limit, and we are waiting that this address is approved. As far as other programs, international programs are concerned, like the ones related to risk hedging by 50 or 70%, well, of course, we are ready to deal with them in the nearest future. So if our address gets the positive result, we would, of course, like to join in such programs. Also, programs presupposing compensation of the interest rate are in demand. Everybody understands that the accounting rate is high, inflation rate is high. That's why the mechanisms of compensation of a part of the interest payments would be of interest, like the program 579 is doing this. So if this was done by other international programs, that would be a very important, relevant point to support business. Grant programs are also of interest, definitely yes. We are not participating in any of such programs, and we would also like to join such programs. So if we have such efficient programs in Ukraine, I hope that they will be in demand, because, you know, many companies have got substantial destructions resulting from the hostilities. Many companies need to be relocated to other areas, and it is grant programs that actually do aim to solve this problem. Programs presupposing direct financing of banks, well, I would say that these are the least priority programs for our banks, because as far as liquidity is concerned, everything is rather fine with us. I think that this is also an important priority directions, but of our cooperation, but the least priority. And probably it would be good that after this event of today, me and my team will try to make some requests for negotiations for us to become a direct participant of international programs at the level state-owned bank or banks with foreign capital are doing. Thank you. Thank you, Serhiy. First of all, we can see that what you mentioned in the survey is reiterated by colleagues in each of their speeches. So colleagues, do you still have any answers to this question? Yes, Ruslan, you're welcome. Well, you know, I have some music accompaniment because I had to go to another place because of the missile strikes. I wanted to really join the conference, and I had to go to that invincibility center because they have internet. So Raiffeisen is a historical leader in all the programs that were launched in Ukraine, and I would split those programs into three groups: finance programs, risk sharing programs, and financial literacy or new product launch programs. We can see benchmark cases in the market where our bank has been engaged. That was the IFC promising notes launching. That was also another program of supporting SMEs. And we also used to be the DCFTA program from EIB Actum. as far as state programs are concerned, we are also on the top. We have given more than 8 billions of credits, but this is not the main thing for now. I would not probably talk about banks that much. I would probably talk more about access to finance. All these programs do provide access to finance for our clients, the clients who are less resilient in the current conditions. All the banks have split Ukraine into the green, red, and yellow zones by the risk level, and these programs do help us provide financial assistance that really is crucial today to clients who are primarily staying in the red and yellow areas. What is of importance here? This is the synergy between state programs and international aid programs, because at the beginning of the war and even in the middle of the war, most IFIs programs were not renewed, which means that we were just using the same programs that we used to have and utilizing the limits that were already accepted. But the state program was of importance there. But now most IFIs are ready to reconsider, to revise this, to talk about new limits, and this enables us to have efficient planning. I would like to tell that we cannot tell that everything will happen after the war. No. Now we are getting support from donors, and our state budget is getting substantial assistance from abroad. And in the same way, we need assistance for banks and programs for financial support for the banking sector. We cannot postpone it after the post-war time. I'm talking here about portfolio guarantees, which should not be bureaucratic, which have a lot of space for flexibility, and they are also rather easy to work with. Also, these could be some financial grants, but I would actually combine them with the first category. And these financial grants should not just include technical aid, because technical aid and financial literacy, well, the situation here is rather good, in particular as far as renewable energy is concerned, but in general, clients need money. That's the main thing. Also, long-term programs are important, because after our victory, we will have to do the recovery of our country and to develop the industry of Ukraine. And this new industry will definitely require long-term credits. So these long guarantees will help banks support their clients during the recovery and reconstruction process, and they will also help us develop large industrialized logistic projects we expect to have after victory and also in 2023. Some of them have been launched. That's why I've just got a request to please do expand those programs. We are active participants of the EIB CBRD program. We have got contract with MIHA and with IFC. So when there are more programs, there will be more opportunities. And I do agree with colleagues that liquidity is not that important, because the banking system is over liquid and we have enough money for finance provision. But we should focus on the combination of the risks and the opportunities for clients. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you. And we also have Vladislav. We can see your hand there. Not just Vladislav. Oh, sorry, just I cannot see the full screen. Yes, the question is really interesting. That's why everybody wants to have his or her say. I'm grateful to all the previous speakers. You have really put it right that it's better to have long-term finance. Risk sharing also helps in our conditions. As far as technical aid is concerned, it would really be good if that would be product creation and literacy. Expansion of knowledge on products within grants. And I would also like to add that at the stage of Ukraine's recovery and beginning of the new investment cycle, we will really need the support of international financial institutions in the format of co-finance. A lot of foreign investors entering Ukraine will be entering it only if where they see that international partners of Ukraine, IFIs, really have a chance and have the commitment to undertake this risk for the establishment of new energy capacities, new production capacities in Ukraine. And of course, that should not be 100% investment. That should be co-financed, co-funding together with domestic shareholders, and that will create the new solid base for the development of the Ukrainian economy. And let me also add that, a lot of us in every bank know that we have analytical centers and that we conduct professional assessment of the market situation, but it would be good if the level of statistics in the banking sector was better. And if we had access, there was access, proper access to funding. We can hear about some enterprises, about some numbers of enterprises, but we don't see the impact. We don't see the overall picture, and we don't see how the support of access to finance really helps the whole country in general. Well, we do need this statistical data and this assessment. So we have already started developing such KPIs. It's very good when for FS, or well, if we speak about the um, surveys and when you have money but you have the grounds to spend some share of your credits or to spend the money to compensate for something. As far as grants and risk sharing programs are concerned, it will also be good to have this national statistics, and it seems to me it would be good if our NABU, National Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the National Bank of Ukraine to be the source of information about this important direction of cooperation with international organizations. I think that would be really helpful. Statistics. So it sounds like a plan. Okay, so we'll do it. Sergey, let me go over to you. And your mission is important because you are going to summarize what we has been answered in response to this question. Yeah, let me try to do this. It's very easy to summarize it all because everything has been said and I subscribe to each word. We also participated in the survey, and I think that the survey really reflects the ideas of all of us. As far as the tools are concerned, there can be too many of them, but of course, they are all designed for a certain period, for certain clients, for certain objectives. That's why the instruments we used to work with before, and we have some experience of working with international programs, with state programs of support, so we can actually confirm that at some point of time this really worked well and smoothly. And now, not to repeat, let me also mention the level of response that we saw from our international partners. In our case, for example, this is GAF-EFSA fund from Southeastern Europe. Its response was immediate. They started changing the terms of our cooperation immediately, and they provided a great support to us for the development of online channels of working with clients, of customer care. That's what Evgeny was talking about. And we really provided uninterrupted operation. We felt great support, and great thanks go to our partners. And I would also like to say that, well, now probably the focus of attention should be on risk sharing programs. And well, that depends on our goal. If we have the goal to support clients like now, um, we need to work with risk sharing and reduced cost of crediting. If we speak about post-war recovery period, we should also pay attention to some equity financing and equity sharing tools, because this is also related to risk sharing, and this will increase the amounts of finance, because the current situation is really affecting us and affecting the growth opportunities that we would otherwise have and that we are sure to have in the nearest future. Thank you, Serhiy. You know, after every speech, I feel proud of every institution that keeps telling about its achievements over these 9 or 10 months. That's fantastic. We've got even questions from the room. Valerie, please, you're welcome. Yes, we have this hybrid format, so why not? I just wanted to make a very important clarification to comfort Yevhan and Serhiy. They say that they are not involved in the international programs, but program 579 this year has really been funded by the government of Germany, 150 million euros, and by the World Bank, half a billion hryvnias. So we are now having a dialogue with the World Bank that intends to provide some more resources for supporting agricultural farmers within the 579 program. So in fact, you are all participating in this program. You are getting resources from international organizations. And I would like to express my gratitude to the banking community for this program 579. It has become transparent and clear, and this is for the first time in the history of Ukraine that international assistance is entering the state program. I think that nobody can give any other example, and this is by the way, the suggestion for our foreign partners. We have a well-developed mechanism. It has proven to be effective. And by the way, when we were involving this money from the government of Germany via KfW, we were holding the audit for half a year of this program 579, and the government of Germany confirmed that the program corresponds to the European standards and can be funded. That's why I suggest that our international organizations also consider this option, that they take this already functioning mechanism and kind of join it. And you can do it very, very quickly and very efficiently. We did this with KfW within months. And well, that's really important. And the banks can also confirm this because in parallel with financial resources, our international partners have also set for our banks participating in the programs the requirements on eco standards and social standards. And I think that this is going to be another impetus for the development of not just crediting of SMEs, but it will urge the focus on sustainable development policy that has been introduced by the National Bank, and Volodymyr talked about this. And as far as I understand, by 2024, banks will have to have their own procedures aimed at sustainable development. And thank you, thanks to all of you, because this is a really fully functioning mechanism and which can be developed further on. Thank you. You know, you see that you claim that you do not participate, and it appears that you do participate in such international programs. Um, I have got, well, I would like to talk about the leasing market, yes, but I have a special question to you, but you may actually start just presenting your ideas now. Yeah, I wanted to talk about leasing in the context of the questions that have been asked. First of all, let me do some promotion and advertising. I would like to say that leasing in Ukraine is the product that is launched first after the end of the tough times and the last to close when tough times come. Also, as compared to the banking system, we have two drawbacks in our product. We give only long-term money, which means that we are not dealing with supplementation or replenishment of floating assets. And that's why when we compare the achievements of the credit portfolio of an average bank, well, these things are not comparable to our products because what we give is long-term money and banks normally now provide short-term money. And as compared to banks, we don't have any chances to earn money within very quick periods. If we have this program 579, if we see that we will not get quick money, that will not add any additional motivation. We don't have to try and get clients using an unprofitable product, because we will be left without the client and with this unprofitable product. We have a small experience of working in the market with international market. By the way, I represent ULF Finance, a non-bank and non-state institution, and it's very difficult for us to compete with state banks. And also I represent their association of leasing leasers, and I can tell you a couple of words about the market. We had a Hungarian company that worked with Finance East. It got some money from the EBRD, and it was the ones through which the grants for energy efficiency went. These were, for example, hybrid cars, that aspect of energy efficiency. So we cooperated with it. This is our first experience of working with international organizations. And thanks to the financial sector reform project and business development fund, we also wanted to get access to credits of the European Investment Bank. We have not yet managed to do this, but our company, via one of the related banks, got this credit. We just did it because, well, there was no economic sense in that. That was one of the most expensive credits in our portfolio, the most inconvenient ones. What we just did it as a matter of principles, because we wanted to work at the international level. And Business Development Fund provided access to us for us to international credits, and we got some amount of money for our leasing business. And as far as working with state support is concerned, in December 2021, and thanks to Business Development Fund, we got the first agreements in the market. And it was in December that ULF gave its first leasing. We had ambitious plans. There were some small percent of gross margin that we were supposed to have there, but unfortunately war stopped all this, and the economy was somehow not developing with us, and we unfortunately didn't manage to change anything. But nevertheless, the leasing market is still functioning, and we offer the wartime. Our company has got about 40% of the initial budget, and well, as compared to some previous crises, at least the market has not stopped. We are working, and even we can see that there are some portfolio growth, occasional ones, of course. Thank you. And getting back about my statement about being proud of our institutions present today, I'm proud of you. Let's change the focus a bit. We have already started talking in the current conditions. We realized this long ago, and we saw it in our today's survey, what the expectations are, and what are the expectations concerning increased reserves, increased stock over the year. But what would be your assessment of the dynamics of reserves of a portfolio? What can be done? Maybe there are some tools, support tools that will help you increase the crediting capacity in the conditions of reserve increase. Yes, please take the microphone. So it's a very sensitive question, and I'm not sure that everybody will be eager to discuss this issue, because we realized that crediting and NPL reserve development in any country is rising from month to month. And unfortunately, there is not a single organization or country that would actually teach our country how to do this correctly during the war, whether to develop reserves or no. We do have the resolution of the National Bank of Ukraine, and we follow this resolution, but whether we are doing this right or not, we don't know. I've prepared one slide concerning the NPL dynamics, and let me show it in the segment of micro, small, and medium-sized business. And I will have two focuses here, maybe even three focuses. The first focus is that we were developing and establishing two segments of small and medium-sized business. This micro one and small and medium-sized, together with the technical support of the EBRD. And the technologies we used, we applied, follow the European standards. If we divide all the territory of Ukraine, uh, we will see that they're overdue or outstanding debt since the beginning of the war, and it's only if we include credits that considered to be outstanding from the first date. So the dynamics will look as follows: 3-5% were the fluctuations in the first graph. The second graph shows us outstanding debt in Ukraine in general. So the previous one was in the government controlled territory, and here it's in Ukraine in general. Of course, it's growing because where we have hostilities, companies have stopped their activities, and there is even propaganda coming from the aggressor state that businesses should not pay taxes to Ukraine because new sales markets will be seemingly opened to them, and they claim that these businesses should not be paying their credits out, but they have to conclude agreements with those local authorities, occupiers. If we consider NPL before, just a second, we will switch to the generator, and everything will be fine. It's not a problem. Yes, at least we can see you. That's great. At least we cannot see you as yet, but we are happy to hear you at least. So if we compare NPL in Oshchad Bank, as far as MSMEs are concerned, before the war, it was only 0.1%. And that's why we can proudly state that before the war, this portfolio was rather clear. As far as the reserves are concerned, we developed them in the first day of the war, and of course, the volume of reserves exercises some pressure on the bank. We are waiting for the occupation, and we want to show you the behavior of our clients after the occupation. Please show this on the slide. It's a very interesting slide from our survey of our clients. Yulia, please show the slide, the one before. I will try to voice this idea, and let's hope the slide will get back to the screen. So we have analyzed the behavior of our clients in occupied and deoccupied territories. We asked ourselves questions, and we're looking for the answers as to how quickly Ukrainian business and our companies that are serviced by Oshchad Bank will be able to get back to their activity and to the turnover rate, to their profits, to the period before the war. And we actually placed those clients by territories, broke them down by territories and by their periods. You can see the periods 6-12 months, 3 to 6 months, and 1 to 3 months. After the occupation, after the period from the first day to the to half a year, the companies could see that the profits were going down, the proceeds were going down. But on month 6, most companies were getting back in the activity to the pre-war period, and we were impressed with the statistics. If you're interested in that, we will later show you this information region by region. It shows us that Ukrainian business is quickly readjusting and restoring itself. So this means that if we are supporting a company for a very short period of time, within a grant program or within some other mechanism of finance or additional finance or relocation, in 6 or 7 months, we will get more or less a more or less functioning company. That's why we, as the bank, are joining different business relocation programs when owners of businesses have part of their assets destroyed or fully damaged. And I would like to say that funding of such companies, like the companies that was relocated from the Crimea to Melitopol and then from Melitopol to Lviv, it produces some bulletproof glass, which costs 3 times cheaper than the similar products in Europe. The owner failed to evacuate his equipment, but he has his contracts for future sales with him. So we've got the owner, his expertise, and contracts for future sales. We provided some funding to this person, to this businessman, through the following mechanisms that were available within some programs, funding programs, within a typical business finance programs. We also had some limits of for amounts of money but there were no donor programs for such donor limits. But now we are dependent on tactics. Our business is really adjusting every day. Blackout, okay, blackout. Missile strikes, okay, missile strikes. They have not made my day a good one, but I will not stop. We see this behavior and we can show you all the statistics, behavioral statistics of our clients, and we may show the statistics to donors. And investment into such companies with the KPIs in terms of creation of new jobs or increased tax payment. So this is something that is really a key priority for our country. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. Let me continue. Yes, and we will go over to our online colleagues. So the issue of quality of portfolios, our reserves, and how we are coping with this, and what our focus. Well, it's clear that war is all about stress, awful stress. Probably most of us have never had such a stress before, the same as our clients. That's why it's typical that outstanding debts will be rising and reserves will be rising. Um, it has already been mentioned that our approach to reserves is rather transparent, and I don't think that there is any problem about that. As far as portfolio quality is concerned, well, it's difficult for me to compare us and the expectations from us. But when we communicate with different partners in Ukraine, international organizations, IFIs, when we analyze the situation inside the bank, we see that we can really be positively impressed with the quality of portfolios. This quality of portfolios is rather high. This could not be expected in the wartime and in the background of the stress we are experiencing. I think it's much better with everyone than expected. Let me not mention any figures, but they're really decent. They're very good. And we were trying to analyze why so. Why the figures are so good in terms of repayment. We can see that the situation is really bad in occupied territories, and this outstanding debt can be 50s, 40%. But we understand that these are territories under occupation, and we are really grateful to our clients, some of whom keep paying their debts even in such conditions. But we have pointed out some factors that actually improve this rate of repayment. First of all, this our involvement in 579 program. Quite a share of our products go within 579, and one of the terms of the program is that, okay, if you are a client, you want to keep being in the program to get support from the state, you need to pay contributions, you need to pay your installments under your credit in time. When the interest rate is getting upwards, and it's not already 10 or 12, but 20, well, with us it's a little bit low, but still it's about 20. And in these conditions, clients do realize that it's very difficult for them to somehow stay in this program. And in order to keep getting some compensation from the state, this means that they are motivated to repay their debts and their credits in time. And this is the major factor of impact. The other one is the Guarantee Program 579. Again, it's a very timely program. It was launched not during the war, it was launched a year before the war. But this means that it had already undergone some pilot stage. Everybody tried his hand in it, and then it went smoothly. The portfolio quality rate is very good within it. Privat has got more than 10,000 credits issued within a year and a half with the state guarantees, and the number of defaults is some tens, not even hundreds. So if we compare these figures, this is less than 1%. I think that this is a very good result. And by the way, here is some information for international partners, for the organizations that are thinking about risk-sharing facilities for Ukrainian banks. We are trying to be responsible creditors. And we need to issue credits that have to be repaid even within such risk-sharing mechanisms. These programs are supporting us, and we want to have refinance not only current credits, but we want to finance growth of credit portfolios. State-owned banks are the banks that this year have been kind of moving our crediting upwards and growing in terms of crediting. So these are the two key factors that helped us, and I think that they will help the market in general. As far as the reserves are concerned, well, we are not afraid of them. We understand that there must be some credit, some outstanding debts if we issue credits. We need to be careful. We need to go deep into the situation to understand better. And with this in view, we need to take into account not only NPL and not only the members, the people who do not pay their credits, but also prospective NPL, where we include those who were restructured. And I saw in the in the diagram of Oshad, while the default was high in some months, I think that there was first a tax vacation, and after that it was over. This year, all the banks applied tax vacations. It really helped banks. It helped clients because clients realized that banks are loyal to clients, and that during complicated conditions and situations, banks really allow you to postpone, to defer your payments, so that we didn't have such a precedent in mass amounts. And the other element that we applied was restructuring. I understand that everybody has different programs, but Privat has offered several programs to its clients, long-term and short-term restructuring, which means that we were looking at the long-term restructuring with our clients, for the clients to be able to finally repay the credit, to have a fully functioning business, and to stay in the market and to stay a loyal market of Privat Bank or the whole banking system of Ukraine. So let's work together for businesses of our clients to keep operating. Thank you. Thank you. It seems to me that over the recent year, before the war, we really had very good indices and figures as far as NPL reduction was concerned. So I think it also helped. Serhi? Thank you. Let me make a couple of comments on behalf of our bank. Well, really, when the full-scale invasion was launched on the 24th of February, that was a great stress for the whole economic system of Ukraine, including the banking system. And it's normal that the banks are accruing some reserves. I understand that all banks have different policy concerning our bank. I can tell that our observations and our expectations we used to have in March and May, fortunately did not come true, and the level of defaults and the reserves that we accrued on the basis of 11 months of this year is much lower than the forecast we had at the in the springtime. Why? Unfortunately, we are living not through the first crisis. Well, of course, the fact here is the Russian invasion, and that's why this is the heaviest crisis. But we still used to have a global and local crisis before that. And we actually modernized our approaches, our decision-making, accrediting policy approaches. That's why the level of reserves and the level of default that we are recording now in all the segments of business where we are active, this is mass SMEs, large corporate business. So if we compare these figures with other crises we used to have, the level is much lower. If we speak about the SMEs, the reserves were accrued. Well, this was about defaults, migrations, and as a result of that, reserves in the occupation areas and hostility areas. Also, we accrued some reserves related to the so-called PD or prognosis reserves, how the portfolio will develop in the future. If we compare it with retail business that is recording reserves and defaults much quicker, and it seems to me that the main reserves in my bank and in other banks will be recorded still this year by the end of the year. But as far as the mass segment and the corporate credit portfolio has to live a longer cycle. This is not just 1 year, this is normally more. That's why most of the reserves will be developed in the banking system this year, I guess, but some part, well, unfortunately, will have to be developed next year, and we somehow have to put up with this. As far as figures are concerned, the major part of reserves accrued and the defaults were from the red area, the hostility area, and the figure for our bank was about 50%. We are happy that our clients, even under occupation, when their business was de facto in occupation, they were still doing they were doing this re-registration, but they were still servicing their debts, and this is really good. As far as the factors are concerned, the factors that um, uh, led to the situation when the portfolio quality is much higher than we expected, in particular in the mass segment. In SMEs, for our bank, the level of migration into non-working assets and reserves is much lower than in the large segment. Due to this, or rather, due to what has it happened? First of all, we are talking here about the low level of efficiency of the programs that have been mentioned today, in particular EF 579, which in fact became the program to support business, to help business and banks to go along this complicated path to reduce the level of load related to servicing of the bank portfolio thanks to compensation. And of course, the state guarantee programs are also helping banks to finance or to compensate some risks of their clients who are located in the orange, blue zone, and the zones that are close to the occupation where the level of credit risk is super high and the level of prediction and of the situation is very low. As far as our bank PUMB is concerned, I would like to say that in spite of the fact that the war has been going on for quite a long period of time, we have not stopped any finance. As far as finance in the national currency is concerned, over 11 months of this year, we increased in our hryvnia portfolio by 14%. Over the first 2 months, I guess the same as all of our colleagues present here, we gave vacations to the clients, both in terms of the principal, debt, and the interest, for them to have some time to get clear about what they should do, because all businesses, all industries, all sectors behaved in different ways, taking into account different factors. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Ruslan, you're welcome.
Just a brief comment. Well, really, war did not start in February. We had war for 8 years and we had the pandemic that actually helped us all do our own assignment, how to become more flexible. And that's why the banking system was at the beginning of this war ready with digitalized technologies that helped us not to stop our contacts with clients, and there was no suspension in payments, there was no suspension of activity, and this of course supported business. On its part, business, well, had to live through very complicated 2 weeks of the outbreak of the war. There were stoppages, termination of activity in many companies and enterprises, but then the revival started. And banks understood, the same as clients, what were priority needs back then, and this made the situation simpler. And the results that we can see that their portfolios did not have such a um, downward trend as it could be expected is the result of all that. And banks did not stop. This helped clients not to stop because funding was provided and effective scheme of counter coordination and interaction with clients were developed. The whole set of restructuring had already been known since 2014 and since the previous crisis. That's why efficient tools were with differences in time prospects, but they were there, they were in place, and you could choose. And then in the third quarter, the economy of Ukraine grew. In the fourth quarter, we will have a rapid fall because we have electricity, power problems. And I think that we need to get ready because the economy and a lot of our clients will need additional decisions, additional support coming from banks. Since beside the problems with power, there will also be problems with inflation, with more expensive prices. So I think we all understand there will be a need of, and quite soon we are going to face another sown campaign for our farmers, and we will need somehow to also provide compensations to them. And other industries will also need our support. But anyway, state programs and international support programs coming from international donors are helping us to make it easier to provide finance to clients. It's not a secret that all those additional reserves for default cases really affect capital equity. Capital is not indefinite. So it's not an indefinite notion. It's limited for all banks. That's why guarantee type programs reduce consumption of capital and provide more space for maneuvering for banks to finance their clients. That's why if we have more of such programs with a high level of coverage, risk coverage, for example, some of such programs, then we will have a better situation. Thank you, Serhiy. Thank you. Well, you probably cannot see, but I'm just tapping on my table now because I want to support my colleagues. Our figures are really great, much, much better than we expected. But again, let me state that the reserves we have developed are much higher than the default for now, but we will need those reserves in the future because the situation still is not yet improving from the economic standpoint, and most probably the results and the effect will clearly be seen in the long-term future. That's why the reserves will not be used for some current needs because we need to have those reserves in store. And I would like to express my gratitude to my clients because we see that whenever there is a chance, whenever there is an opportunity, clients start servicing their credits, their portfolio, they come to an agreement how they do this. And in particular, I would like to mention that clients from the eastern part of Ukraine who were under occupation for some time also behave in that way. It's really impressive. People do not um, come up to us saying that, okay, you see what the situation is, I can pay this. They just come to us and say, okay, let's try to think it over. I want to keep working with you. Let's think what we can do about this. And of course, that inspires us to look for different solutions. And of course, support of international programs and IFIs is important for us here. Grant support, cheapening for our clients, and I would support Ruslan that equity financing would also something that will be in demand in the future when we start increasing our portfolio with simultaneous reserve growth, because we will have to grow the reserves to increase the reserves. But I think that this situation is really controlled, and we and businesses have learned how to find solutions in different difficult situations. So we understand how important it is to cooperate. We either go to the surface from the river together, or we are going to get drowned altogether. So we have to move towards our victory. That's it. Thank you, Sergey. Of course, we will have to move out of the river towards victory. Yevhen, would you like to join us? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Well, really, as a part of the international group, if we have a look at the representatives of our group, sometimes we see that the situation really is different from what we expected. And in general, as far as outstanding debts is concerned, June was the last month when we were still shaping up our reserves, and starting with July, well, they are gradually going down due to the restructuring programs. And here I would like to agree with Ruslan that the period of the pandemic, when we were in shock, when we had to respond to the change of the environment, so this period actually really helped us develop a lot of programs, and at the outbreak of the war, we just had to adapt to adjust those programs. Now we have already introduced a new package of programs, because we do realize that all the clients who have already passed through the first period of challenges will also require additional support now. And it is of interest that hostilities and close proximity to the front line really affects your doing business. But economic conditions are now affecting all of us much more. And we can see that the quality of credit portfolio in Kyiv region is a little bit worse with us than in the eastern region. I mean, Kharkiv region, which has been heavily affected, is recovering somehow quicker, at a faster pace. And Kyiv, which was almost not affected, but was closely economically connected to other regions and was kind of a logistic hub for small and medium-sized business, finds it more difficult to recover so quickly and requires some support. That's why those blackout challenges and those restrictions do really show that we need to stay focused. We need to support our clients in this period. Thank you, Yevhen. And now let me go over to the, well, probably the questions will be a little bit later, but we are pressed for time. So my proposal is that you now give very concise answers. I will just ask you very short, quick questions. So let me address the representatives of international banking groups. And the question is as follows. Unlike banks with Ukrainian capital, unfortunately, banks from international bank groups are a little bit more limited in their credit activity due to the policy of their parental companies. And sometimes parental company may be conservative in the assessment of the risks in the wartime, in spite of the excess of liquidity and the availability of state and international support. What do you think? Can international programs become a kind of a golden argument that would really persuade the parental company, the holding company, that crediting should be provided here and now? And let me invite colleagues from international companies. And to you, Ladislava, I will have a specific question. And now probably Johan and Ruslan, you will give some comments to us. Let me comment. Well, the situation is as follows. If the shareholder has gone through several crises together with you, he trusts you. So we actually didn't have any clear limitations. First, we developed the credit policy within the war, and we realized that we would not be able to help everyone. That's why we focused on several core industries. That was agricultural industry, pharmaceutical industry, everything related to food stuff and hygiene, sanitation kits, and logistics. So all the things that were supposed to support not just standard business, but people as well, and everything that was somehow related to survival in the conditions of the war. These were the core things. Currently, we have had a growth of several billiards. Sorry, this year our portfolio did not reduce in spite of all the problems we have been facing over 9 months. We have got a very clear strategy of continuation of provision of such support to Ukrainian business for 2023. And as far as any additional rigid restrictions are concerned, there are none. Everything is based on common sense and capabilities the bank has, the capital, the equity that will provide us a chance to give support. Now, together with several state banks, we are the key creditor of the Ukrainian economy. That's why this on remission and across during the war you have to bear will be still carried by us. And I think that our capabilities and the expansion of the support of state and international programs will be very much helpful. Not a single bank can cover the inflation rate for all clients, so we will not have any growth by 30%, let's say. But anyway, we could expect a growth of about 10%, and this is quite a very good figure if the situation is not going worse significantly. I think that we will manage to have this 10% as the growth in addition to the current portfolio. And this is quite a lot when you are covering 20% of the agricultural farmers, when you have a share in the industrial finance. Well, we just don't have any other way out. We will have to support all those we can support in current conditions. Thank you. And three, what about your situation? Are there any restrictions, and how can we help international support programs? Johan, well, what I would like to say is as follows. It's concerning the current situation. If we compare this crisis with the crisis of 2008, of course, we cannot compare it with the current situation, but the perception of the group is rather good as far as prospects for development are concerned. We do have the reserves developed, and outstanding debts are not affecting the discussion of further programs implementation. And we have started cooperating with the programs presented today. We have almost joined them. Unfortunately, I can tell you that our latest correspondence on this matter occurred in February, and we just had to stop this correspondence and our temporary cooperation within one of the programs. And really, involvement in risk-sharing programs will help us not just restore some programs, but to increase the effect on the borrower, because when they join our programs, that will help us provide finance to them, which would be 2 times or 2.5 times more if we have this coverage. Okay, Vladislav, here is another question. You are the ambassador of factoring and trade financing. And as we all know, this is the field good for with a lot of space for prospective growth, and we can judge by it about it by Europe, where they have a quick pace. What do you think? What international support is required for this field for it to really become more active and to grow? What international support does factoring and trade finance lack? Well, thank you, Maria. I'm really the only representative, the only ambassador of the product line among those who are dealing with clients and the market. That's why I cannot but tell you that really the of key importance for the success of the trade finance this year has been support of international financial organizations. The EBRD and the IFC have supplied support of import for great amounts, and that has been a lifeline support, a bridge that actually linked Ukraine to the civilized world. As far as further development is concerned, now we, as a professional association, the All Ukrainian Factoring Association, have made analysis together with the National Bank, and we can see that a lot of companies are affected by lack of payments that are not caused by the war, but they are caused by the fact that in some cases the buyers, including networks, large Ukrainian networks, just are trying to save some money to have some control over those payments, and in order to support their cash flow, their money balance. And in this period of time, a lot of people, a lot of experts of finance are analyzing the situation and see that these banks are liquid, and this liquidity could be actually added to the circulation and turnover, where goods have already been produced, they are being bought, and you just need to give some water, some liquidity. So factoring is the tool that can actually help you solve this problem. And that's what we're working at now. And we are grateful to IFIs now, because they really support our alliance in a high quality way with their expertise and with their finance. And we hope that some of the programs on communication, some of the programs on market organization and IT infrastructure will be funded next year, thanks to the support of IFIs. And in particular, I would mention here USAID. We are really grateful to you for the organization of this conference. And we hope that not just assistance, but partnership, negotiation process, engagement of the state in the solving of this problem will help us create in the field of factoring a real revolution, a real breakthrough. That will be a double success story if this happens during the wartime. We will really enter textbooks. Ukraine will enter textbooks, and textbooks will say that this is the example of how everything could be revolutionized. So I think that we are in for a very interesting year and very interesting tasks that we will try to, of course, accomplish. Thank you. Thank you. That's really true. Unfortunately, we have to probably go over to the last concluding question. And let's get back to the survey which you'll listen to. If you remember, in the survey, there was some dissonance shown, a high level of awareness of the current support programs, including international ones, but a low level of using them. So high level of awareness, but low level of using these programs due to different reasons. So let's try to conclude our panel. And let's talk about some pieces of advice or recommendations on your part to international support programs. Maybe uh, the experience of the state, successful programs of support could be used, or maybe you have some other vision. So let's try and give pieces of advice to our colleagues, because I think that this is our audience that is interested in them. You have taken the mic, so this means that you have a lot to say. I could give the floor to Natalia first. Well, it does not matter. I think that we want to express the same opinion, Yevhan, so please, you are the first, and then I will definitely say the same. Well, first of all, if we should also have a look at the state-owned banks. For some organizations which we are now addressing, working with state banks is something that they can apply only on a limited basis. They used to support private sector, non-state, not state-owned sector. Now, during the wartime, it's important to support not a specific bank. And I don't say that Privat Bank needs support. Privat Bank doesn't need support. We are a profitable bank. We are paying great dividends to the budget as a share of our profit. But we want international partners to support together with us or via us our clients and the economy of Ukraine. We have, let's say, 50% share of our market in different segments. So Ostrat, Pung, Raiffeisen, they also have quite a share. So we can together arrange great things in the economy of Ukraine. So don't pay attention to whether this is a state bank or a private bank. Just arrange a very simple, convenient program. And the example of the government is very good. Governmental programs, funds programs, business development funds programs have really been efficient in spite of different ideas. We managed to have agricultural finance launched within 15 days. You shouldn't be afraid. You should make information more available on the programs. And well, I think if USAID or any other company or a business development fund aggregated those programs, it would be good. There would be no need to take pictures of the slides, to be looking for the information on the internet. That would be just the overview of all the programs. And these are the pieces of advice, and the suggestion made by Valeria Maiburda is also good. If one institution could be a one-stop shop for accessing programs, that would also be good, because there are a lot of programs just European, just American, there are some other specialized programs, but it would really be good. They were created and their programs were copied by NBFIs, and that's why they may be very quickly adjusted to all the needs. Natalia, so is it the same thought? Yes, and some more words on that. We all know that wars, well, the battles are won at the battlefield, while wars are won in the economy. So both now and in the post-war period, cooperation with donors will be very important for us for the development of the country. Oschad Bank and other banks have a good experience of implementing donor mechanisms. For example, now we are the only provider of grant programs in the KPIs of which include creation of jobs and payment of taxes. If I'm not mistaken, none of the international donors has yet introduced such a mechanism that would really be helping to develop the economy in the Ukrainian territory. So I'm urging you, we have very good expertise. Oschad Bank, international banks have a very good expertise. You can see how good our NPLs are. We have European mechanisms of pre-crediting analysis, and our last program was launched within 2 months. The grant program from the state was launched within 1 week. We are ready. We are ready for cooperation. We are transparent. Please join us. Okay, Alexander, what would be your recommendations for international partners? Well, first let me talk about leasing, and then let me speak on behalf of the person who is not associating himself with the banks. For leasing, my request for international support programs and state support programs would be that, all banks have mentioned that we are over liquid, let's have risk sharing, we don't need any money, we need compensation of interest rate. We as the leasing market do need money, and I will get back to that. The other point is that I'm a bit frustrated about one thing. Almost all the speakers have mentioned that everything is fine with us. We have a lot of money. We expected the situation would be worse, but we still expect that something will come. Something bad will come. So we are afraid of looking ahead 1 year ahead. So we are really afraid. And we, as the leasing company, are more comfortable with that because the regulator somehow is not interested in our economy, and we are developing our reserves the way we want this. We don't have to do any reporting and to get additional capital because the regulator is not touching us. And the other thing is that we have undercredited economy. We had undercredited economy as of the beginning of the war. We didn't have any mortgage pledge. We didn't have in the corporate components some business components. We just give credits to farmers who just spend the money and get the harvest. Well, that's a good thing, but there are a lot of limitations to that, and we do not have something new created. And if we take the scenario when we have mortgage well developed, I mean at the beginning of the war, and the raw complex chains, well, that would have been destroyed at the moment. That's why we are happy, and everyone, including IFIs, actually prevented crediting from happening because we had rather high interest rates, or we had some currency risk. So it organically so happened that we did not have any collapse or any substantial decline. But a great challenge is that in order to restore ourselves, to recover, we will actually need not the programs which we used to have. We have been stagnating economy before the war, and we will be more affected economy even after war. But just to catch up with ourselves as we used to be a year ago, we will need a lot of money. And I think that we need to talk about the stock market. We don't have it, in fact, and this is something we lack. And also, we lack a comprehensive approach as to what we will need after war, not just to remain the market that grows grain and that has the people who have survived and who are well heated. But this economy needs to really become competitive. And with this in view, we need more money, we need more tools, resources, and we need to have a comprehensive approach with a certain restoration recovery model that will allow our economy to be competitive. So you have actually summarized it all. Thanks a lot. We still have hands raised with Serhii in online format. So Serhii Mahnich, let's start with you. Add your recommendations. Well, I'll try to be brief. As far as recommendations are concerned, I don't know whether it seems to me or not, but I've come here to tell that PUM is ready to cooperate with international partners under international guarantees. I and my team thought, and our partners, participants have confirmed it today, that probably international partners would be oriented more and working with banks with foreign capital. I do agree that absolutely all the clients we are helping and whom we are servicing do not differentiate what kind of bank it is. We're just meeting their needs. And in order to support Ukrainian business in such an extremely complicated period we are living in during the Russian aggression, it is really important for these programs to be effective and for them to be um, accessible for all banks that want to join them. If we have a program in one bank in the market, while other banks don't have it, I mean, this is a unique program. This also creates unequal competition between the market actors. I am substantiating fair competition between all players, and here we have most of the leaders of the market, in particular market with mass clients and corporate clients. And the last thing I would like to mention is that I'm not talking about competition between programs. There should be not many programs. If there is a large program, 579, let's say, which has proven to be very efficient, and this program has been joined by all those willing, it does not have any restrictions concerning its scope. So I think it's absolutely right that this program is joined by other international institutions, and they would make this program more autonomous, more large scale, with no restrictions. As far as the compensatory program is concerned, I think that the limit that has been provided by the Ministry of Finance has been exhausted. That's why similar programs that presuppose provision of compensatory tools for insurance of the share of credit risk, 50, 70, 80%, is, well, this will increase our level of confidence, the need for capital, and it will also enable banks to take this unprofitable liquidity most of the banks already have, not into depository certificates, but into real support of the economy for Ukrainian business, not just to stand, but for it to develop, for us to reverse the trend of the economy decline and for the economy to start growing next year already. Thank you, Serhiy Stepansky. You're welcome. Your recommendations, I hope. Yes, very simple and practical things, not to detain you. I also support the idea that anyway we will need money in spite of availability of liquidity. It's anyway still short and does not always coincide with the needs of clients. The only thing I would like to mention that now there is a demand for um, hryvnias, while the proposal, the supply, is in currency, foreign currency. So we need to arrange new programs that will either be hedging currency risks for those who are implementing those programs, or make some offers in hryvnias. And again, we have a very good experience of APSA fund, for example. I think that you can take this experience and work in this direction. And also, if we are talking about the risk sharing program, we realized that economy now has been affected, and the situation will not improve in the nearest future. So we need to somehow readjust those programs towards the larger share of risk coverage by international donors, because definitely we will be funding the clients with whom we see that the credits will be repaid. But if we want recovery, if we want reconstruction, and not just natural growth the way we used to have before the war, we need to really make a leap forward. We need to undertake more risk where we see that it's possible, that it is not pointless. Anyway, that will mean more risk. And unfortunately, banks that live and work in Ukraine, operate in Ukraine, cannot always afford this. So the piece of advice to you, Alexander, is as follows. If nobody, I mean, regulator is not paying attention to you, don't attract attention to you, because the National Bank likes paying too much attention, excessive attention. So keep quiet. And if we speak about capital finance, equity finance, well, the tools are also interesting. And in the nearest future, we will start dealing with them the moment we start recovering. Thank you, Serhi, for mentioning this, because I felt somehow awkward with this. It's like with light. If they do not switch off your lights, don't tell anyone, because otherwise they will do it. Ruslan, you have to conclude again. Yes, I'll try to be brief, since I can see that our panel lasts too long. So, first of all, the main request is do not wait for the victory. Start working before, start providing programs as much as you can already now. I don't know why during some surveys, uh, the implementation or utilization of programs was tricked as low, because Raiffeisen has implemented a lot of programs, and I think that there should be more and more of such tools coming. Also, I agree with my colleagues concerning the needs, but I do not quite agree about the tools. We need to split programs into two parts. The first part would be the programs related to recovery and large infrastructural objects. This would be an absolutely different program with the new different toolkit. This will be the programs going through the state or through some reconstruction and development bank or some fund that will later be giving out this money via banks to clients. This is a long liquidity, complex liquidity, or long-term products and programs, infrastructural programs, or uh, something that we have not had in Ukraine for a long period, classical project management. This is one category. And the other category is programs of daily business support, ordinary financing, the need for which we will have next year before our victory. Support, daily support, or some basic needs for investment or for restoration of your equipment or purchasing of, I don't know, tractor, car for logistic issues. That is something that will be in need, in demand. So I would ask you to get more involved in development of portfolio guarantee tools for covering those needs, not classical risk sharing that we have it on the deal by deal principle, because this is going to really help. Some more limits. Well, I think the limits could be that for every large bank, we have limits no less than 1 million or 100 million or 200 million euros for covering portfolio risk. And we have a great track record, even in the wartime, very low NPL, which means that the actual risks we want to tell about our donors is very low and control. So the main slogan is let's develop more portfolio guarantees with clear pricing, because pricing arranged via such tools will also be important. Our margin will not be limitless, and our margin is going to be lower next. And it's of course very difficult for us to maneuver in the conditions when clients need support. That's why for portfolio guarantees, they are of rather low value for the servicing bank, and that is going to be a great tool for 2023. In parallel, we may be developing long-term tools that will help us with the recovery of the infrastructure. Thank you. And Valery, just a short comment. It is for our international partners that I would like to mention the following. Yevhen, Serhiy have mentioned, and Natalia, of course, that Ukraine should be proud of the fact that together with the government, with the bank community, we anyway have developed an effective program, a mechanism. I think that in the conditions of the war, decisions of our international partners should be as quick as possible. The banks that have such an opportunity can cooperate, can engage, but we know what it means to engage an international partner in work. This is due diligence, and a lot of other things. We have the currently operating mechanisms, all the more that the program has already engaged this finance. The program has started earning for its own purposes. We have engaged 5 billion this year. And we have gone through due diligence by the KfW and the German government. We have made audit, not only of due diligence, but audit of economic and social standards. And I'm grateful to the banks that are also undergoing this due diligence from KfW. So we have everything ready. We have everything in place. We have got an audit. We have got due diligence. And by the way, you mentioned the word expectations a lot. So with our audit, in general, the audit is also positive. It's better than the expectations were. And clients are disciplined and banks are disciplined. They're following the procedure. So I'm encouraging our international partners to act quickly. You know, it's like a train. The train now is going smoothly with no brakes. This is the train in Title 579. So it's better to just enter, go on, get on this train than build another branch of railway. I think that this is a very good result and you need to definitely use it. Thank you. So here are the recommendations from all possible stakeholders. Thank you, dear colleagues. I think that we should call it a day now. We should express gratitude to each other. This has been a very fruitful discussion with very different representatives of banks and non-bank institutions. And I'm sure that our foreign colleagues who were interested in this panel will be surprised. They will have a lot of things to work at. They have a lot of ideas to take, and they have some samples to follow. Just to sum it all up. So thanks a lot to everyone. I think that we will go over to the next part. Yes, thank you, Maria, for your facilitation. We are going still to take a joint photo. This has been a really professional, friendly discussion. And the representatives of some international organizations are writing to me, please give us the summary of your panel for us not to listen to the whole video. So we will probably make the summary. And you also mentioned some coordination or aggregation of these programs. So the fund is already doing this, but besides that, we will also be trying to undertake this role. And at our donor meetings together with the World Bank, we will also probably discuss this, sum it all up, and try and do some coordination. Yeah, we could be helping because we have just signed an agreement with you. Yes, so Yevhan, this is our task. Mind it. Our task is to coordinate this activity and to bring all those programs together. And here are two important things besides some professional ideas, high level ideas. The first thing is that definitely now we don't have to differentiate state owned or private banks because we are all now state banks. We are all fighting for our victories, the victory of our state. So in unity is our power. So we cannot differentiate between state-owned, privately owned sectors. So we shouldn't have this. And the second thing is that we shouldn't have the aspects that quite often can be heard in the speeches of donors that we're doing something during the war, but we are postponing something for the post-war period. And well, it's difficult to understand how we are fighting, but we have already won. But we need somehow to stay in this context. And Robert, while staying abroad, and I was talking about this, he did not quite realize what I meant. But when he came here, he said that I know what you're talking about now. You are at war, but you're living with your victory already. So with this optimistic note, let's make a picture, joint picture, and we'll go to lunch. Thank you. So please
We can actually start before 3. There are a lot of people, and Taras is with us here. So let me tell you what we are going to discuss. So the post-lunch session will be in the format of a discussion on the international financial support programs for financial institutions, and there will be a lot of presentations, of course, because financial companies cannot do without presentations and figures. The session will be dedicated to the special characteristics of international finance support programs for banks and non-bank financial institutions, and it will focus on the eligibility criteria, application requirements, and size of these programs with specific examples. And the facilitator will be Taras Yeleko, Director of Invest Office Lviv. Taras, welcome. The participants are going to be as follows, both offline and online. There is Ivan Hrebanyuk, Senior Financial Sector Specialist, One Bank Group. Eduard Schmidt, Senior Financial Expert of the German Sparkassenstiftung for International Cooperation. Andriy Stoller, Investment Manager, Finance in Motion for European Fund of Southeast Europe and Green for Growth Fund. James Cashman, Director, Global Transactions Office of Development Credit Mission Transaction Unit of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, DFC. Marlena Hurley, Managing Director, Political Risk Insurance and Reinsurance, Office of Structural Finance and Insurance, U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, DFC. Timothy Madigan, COP, USAID Economic Resilience Activity. Nicola Volko, Access to Finance Advisor, USAID Agriculture, Growing Rural Opportunities, AGRO. And Alexei Kushnir, Access to Finance Advisor, USAID Competitive Economy Program in Ukraine. Since we start a little bit later, we will probably finish at about 6:20. So Taras, let me give the floor to you. Thank you, Andriy. Good afternoon to everyone. We are really going to have a very interesting session today dedicated to the support programs. This is the thing everybody is now interested in. And this information will help us to support our resilience.
front and economical battlefield, and what can be done and what support we will have from our donors. We all heard, as I've told, that about amounts that we need for reconstruction. But what about the economy? And Evgen, I have a few questions to you prior your presentation. How do you assess the amount that is needed by businesses in order at least to reach pre-war activity and assure further development, sustainable development? And what programs in this direction provide World Bank?
Okay. Should I speak English or Ukrainian? Якщо не заперечите, українською відповім.
If you don't mind, I'll deliver my presentation in English. So, how much money does Ukrainian business currently need? I don't think that anyone has got the clear-cut answer to this, and the World Bank has currently conducted, together with the European Union, a survey, rapid damage and needs assessment
This is the methodology that is applied in different conflict countries where we have war. For example, we had such a survey in Iraq, and that is an attempt to at least understand what needs the country will have in terms of its recovery and reconstruction after the war. And the main function of this survey, of this study, was to just go to donors and to start raising money for the recovery of Ukraine. You have all seen the results, I guess, because we had a large-scale presentation of this study that is actively being used by the Ukrainian side, in particular as far as assessment of the need for recovery of Ukraine is concerned. The first assessment was about $360 billion. The initial assessment showed this amount, and now we are preparing the updated study, and I think that in March it will be ready. Of course, this figure will go up, and here we have a look at the methodology involving both the infrastructure and business losses. So we had some surveys, we had some field visits to the places with active hostilities. This was a combined methodology. But again, this is not the answer to the question how much money Ukrainian business will need for development. This is a very vague question, and we are trying to answer the question how much money Ukraine will need for recovery of the damages, reconstruction of infrastructure to at least get back to the pre-war period. As far as business needs are concerned, well, of course, I have come across a lot of studies and surveys even before the war, when we were preparing our projects, and EIFC was also trying to make some assessments, and the BRD, it seems to me, also did some similar thing. It all depends on the methodology. Of course, it also depends on the assumptions that you make. I think that the figure may vary from tens of millions up to trillions of dollars. I think that the key thing here is not just to calculate the figure, but to create the conditions for money to flow into the country. And no matter how cynical it sounds in the background of the war, but it is high time that we did it. Now we have right the point with which we could start creating those conditions for private investment, of course, with the help of international organizations, at least at the beginning, to come into the country. Thanks a lot. And as far as I know, you've got support programs, right? Well, I could speak on them. Yeah, sure, please. I could make a short presentation. Yeah, we will take turns, and probably you are the first. Good. I would like to express my gratitude to USAID and to the FSR for the organization of this event. I'm sorry, my presentation is rather scarce, but I think that the main facts are reflected there. So the World Bank, as you understand, or the World Group Bank includes 4 organizations, which is the BRD, the one I represent, then the International Finance Corporation. There must be some delegates from them according to the agenda, but as far as I understand, they are not present, though it would be of interest to listen to their opinion. Then the International Investment Guarantee Association, and their representatives will speak today. And I represent the EBRD, as I have mentioned, as this division into organization is related to the difference of the mandates. We work mainly with the government, and only in case we see some developmental gap where private sector is not closing the needs, meeting the needs of the economy, but it could do this, then the World Bank provides some support to business and some support to companies. But of course, with the beginning of the invasion, the request came from the Ukrainian government, and almost all Ukraine support projects were requalified into direct assistance to the budget of the country. This is obvious because most pensions, social payments in Ukraine are now provided thanks to the support going via us to Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war, this is more than $18 billion, and the major share in this amount is guaranteed by the US and other countries, and there is also a part of the a share of the World Bank there. As you understand, business directly doesn't get any of this money. But along with that, we have managed to preserve the portfolio of other credit projects. Now it's about 13 credit projects for almost $6 billion in Ukraine, 26 active projects. We have all in all, and the specificity of the World Bank is that it works with the government and state institutions. So all these projects were designed for some ministries, and only one project in this portfolio was preserved by us with direct assistance provision to companies and to private business in Ukraine. So probably I'll go over to some specific facts. This is the project entitled Project of Accessing Long-Term Finance. The previous two projects from which it derives was the export development project in Ukraine. So this is the fourth project in the run out of this series. It was launched in 2017. And at the beginning of the war, to be more specific, in April, it was expanded to $250 million, which means that we have about 100 million left there. The idea of the project was to cover a certain developmental gap. We saw from our studies that in Ukraine, in fact, we do have all credit products in place, but the problem is that when a simple business, a simple company, which is not very large, is trying to get credit for some 5 to 7 years for investment purposes, there will be a problem with that because banks do not want to undertake such long-term risks. And that was the idea of this project. It provides credits to businesses for working capital for the period from 6 months and for investment needs for 2 years. The bank implementing this project is Bank, but actually the project is structured in the way to have some bank participants. And since the beginning of the project, we have had 3 participating banks. And I would encourage all the banks that are now listening to me to get interested in this. We have Victoria Masna, the head of the Office of Implementation of this project from Bank, and she could actually tell you how you could participate in the project. As far as participating banks are concerned, the preconditions for participation and eligibility criteria are very simple. Most banks are within those terms, like you must have assets exceeding 1 billion hryvnias. The bank should correspond to the requirements of the regulator, but we know that the National Bank has relieved some requirements, and violating banks are not have to face the challenges for violations. So we have a waiver, and actually banks, even if they do not meet all the regulatory requirements, can still participate in this project. I've really seen in one of today's presentation, in Julia's presentation, that participation of banks in international programs is a tedious procedure with a lot of criteria and requirements. That's really true to a certain extent. Probably the requirements for this project are even are more rigid than when a company just comes to take a credit, because you need to meet social norms and eco-friendly norms to participate in it. And we also hear feedback from our borrowers that probably that is a little bit too much. But let me tell you one story. I dealt with a similar project in Bangladesh, and all the borrowers there, mainly producers of some t-shirts and shirts that are exported to Europe, said that for it really helped them a lot. When they entered the World Bank's project and they met those requirements, then they came to the European countries and they were fully compliant with the Western requirements to their goods in terms of social issues and eco-friendly norms. So in fact, in spite of having those rigid requirements, we could rather regard it as a positive thing because the companies that comply with them have better opportunities for doing export to developed markets. As far as the requirements to borrowers are concerned, well, they are rather simple and they also include quite a share of Ukrainian companies. Company must have up to 1,000 employees. And if this is a small company, it must have less than 250 employees. This must be their private company, export-oriented company, or in its sales, the connection to export should exceed 50%. And this is related to another risk mentioned today, currency risk. Unfortunately, in our projects, we still don't know how to solve the problem related to this risk. We're giving credits in dollars and then it's not prohibited to give it in hryvnias, but that is the risk for the bank. Maybe some bank will try to find a way out for hedging. Also, there are some minor financial requirements to the participants, but again, most participants comply with these requirements. They shouldn't have a too high debt load on the companies. That's why the debt coverage factor should be less than 1:1, and the debt should be no less than 25% of the overall assets, of the overall commitments. The maximum amount of credit is $15 million. Well, we've got more than 60 borrowers, and we go on our missions to, well, now because of the COVID and the war, we do not go there. We just have virtual communication, and they have great stories. These are companies that sometimes within 2 years increase their export tens of times. They invest, they are developing, and I was really impressed what kind of companies we have in Ukraine. When you go and communicate with these people, you see their success stories. Unfortunately, the West has the image of Ukraine as of a low-developed, poorly developed country. But if you see what products and how these companies produce, that is really impressive. And here is another important point that the participants can come and refinance their previous expanded expenses at the expense of this project. I think it's enough about this project. Again, let me encourage all the banks present here, if you are willing to do this. So what do we do? What do we do? Just address Victoria and submit your application. That's so simple. And I also want to tell about another project because a lot was mentioned at the previous panel and it was said that there is really a demand for the risk-sharing projects. As you know, the World Bank was among the first promoters of the land reform in Ukraine. Actually, the land reform did happen because we were trying to promote it via our crediting for the government. And when the government finally agreed to the land reform in 2016 and 2017, we got a request asking us to create the tool for supporting small farms, because when the land market gets opened, you know that the land reform has these 3 years of the transition period when only physical entities, natural persons can buy land, and then starting with July 2024, it will be allowed for legal entities to buy land. That was the idea, that over this small period, transitional period, small farmers who are already processing their lands, cultivating the lands, to be able to buy out the lands leased by them, rented by them. And the government asked us to create a mechanism that would help them buy out these land plots or to invest into their agricultural production. Well, to tell the truth, a year and a half of land reform have passed by. We have done what we could, and luckily, this fund for compensation was established right before the invasion. Of course, if it were not for the war, it would have been would have started operation. Now we are finalizing this work, and the co-funding will be half by half with the EU. And the capital was supposed to be $100 million, and it should have been split by the state, to be paid by the state and by the by Europe. But they've asked us to give the money to the state, and it will give the money to this fund. This will be the risk-sharing fund that will provide guarantees for credits to such small farmers, given the credits given by banks. The guarantee will cover not the full amount, but 50% for the farmers to still have some interest, and for commercial banks to be interested in having these credits as high-quality ones. And this model also includes leverage 1-to-4, which means that these 100 millions could get into 400 millions of guarantee, taking into account that the coverage is 50%. So up to 800 million credits will be covered by the fund. If we take small farmers, by the way, the limitation is up to 500 hectares. So it's not quite so little as it seems to us. The term of the credit is up to 10 years. And here is my address to the banks. We have not yet finalized everything. For example, the eligibility criteria for participating banks and additional requirements to borrowers. They have not yet been finalized, and we've got an idea to hold a similar event with the banks to listen to their opinions, to simplify things and not to make it overcomplicated when we will hear that our projects are very complicated. The fund has already been established under the subordination of the Ministry of Agriculture, but that will be an independent financial institution which has already got the license from the NBU. It will have corporate management with independent members of the supervisory board, and we hope that it will really work. And the logical question you could probably have if you're representing Business Development Fund, I don't know whether the colleague is still here in the room. So at the beginning, we had a lot of discussions related to why this is arranged as a specific project and not via the business development plan. I will not tell you all the details. Of course, there have been different arguments and reasons, and our colleagues from the EU voiced different ideas, because in the EU, this farming topic is a special direction. It's a pillar of everything they have in the EU. That's why the idea was that farmer support should have its own direction and designed toolkit. But this doesn't mean, of course, that we have any problems with Business Development Fund. Just the approach we selected was like that. And credits are already being given, or not credits, but guarantees are already being given to farmers via Business Development Fund. And this will continue like that before this fund for partial crediting of credits, coverage of credits of small farmers will start functioning. Of course, now our major task is to help the state to stand and to reach victory. But anyway, we are trying to do something in order to provide support to companies. Thanks a lot, Yevhen, and it's a pleasure that the World Bank is really, it's mainly providing macro-financial assistance, but it's a pleasure to hear that we have such programs for business, because a resilient economy will probably be going through SMEs in the nearest future. In the previous panel, we also raised the issue of investment into capital, because there is a number of investors who have lost their capital over the wartime. And here I would like to give the floor to Andrei from Finance in Motion, the company of asset management specializing on impact investment, managing 9 funds. and having more than 3 billion hryvnias under its management. And I would like to point it out that probably Ukraine is now becoming a unique country for this sort of investment, because impact funds can really find here the best return rate and the best impact per each invested dollar or euro. So Andrei, let me ask you, what are your plans for Ukraine? What is your vision of the development of investment of your funds in Ukraine? Good afternoon. Thank you, Taras. Several clarifications. In fact, we have 6 funds, and the assets exceed more than 3 billion euros, and we are not investing into capital, into equity of companies. But I will try to anyway answer your question. I don't know, I have several slides, but I wonder whether I can really have a presentation. Well, I think it's worth the effort. Why not? Okay, let's try and do this. I cannot do this. Probably the host should allow me to do this. Let me start, and if the host allows me to show my slides, to share the screen, I will then share it. So we've got 2 funds, European Fund for Southeast Europe and Green for Growth Fund, which you mentioned while introducing me. And I would say that these are not donor funds. They are not providing any subsidized or donor support. They are trying to work to operate on market terms, and their main focus is provision of long-term finance on the one hand, and provision of expertise, of knowledge that would help to utilize this money in the right way possible on the other hand. These funds support small and medium-sized business, micro business, as well as projects in the agricultural field and projects. Yes, I can see the slides finally, but probably I cannot be guiding them and clicking them. So if you could do this instead of me, that would be great. So in this slide, you just see a couple of words in English. GGF fund or Green for Growth Fund focuses on investment into energy projects like renewables, energy efficiency, while APSA is more like SMEs and agricultural sector. It should be noted that these funds are public-private partnerships, which means that we have the capital coming from our donors that we try to make leverage with on the basis of private money or money of international financial institutions as well. Please, the next slide. So currently, that is what our exposition in Ukraine looks like. So our portfolio of financing projects is about 200 million euros. And you can see that AFSA mainly deals with local currency projects. These are the credits that do not have any currency risk for the borrowers. This is a unique opportunity that we also have thanks to our investors and our donors. GGF fund, well, we also have such an opportunity there, but anyway, the share of credits in local currency there is rather small as compared to AFSA's ones, because we also have project finance and corporate finance projects there, and these are the projects that have longer term horizons. That's why there it's more acceptable. So that is what our standard case looks like. And in the concessions of the war, we need to readjust ourselves. Unfortunately, using our current structure, we cannot be making a lot of new investments of finance. That's why we are now actively communicating with our donors, with investors concerning involvement of specific assets, specifically for Ukraine, that would be highly subsidized resources and that would enable us, without waiting for the end of the war, already now to provide finance. That's why it's written in the first slide that this is support in the wartime. Please, the next slide. This is the short description of our footprint, and you can see that mostly these are banks with which we work that focus on SMEs, and banks focusing on agriculture. And we will continue working in the same direction. In our main tool for the future will be finance, mainly in local currency, for longer periods to meet the needs for investment resources and for fixed assets. During the war, we took some steps to support Ukraine. Of course, we have been and we have remained flexible in supporting our countries, and we are trying to provide everything our partners need. Trying to flexibly and dynamically go through this complex period of time. We are also providing, in some cases, refinance of our credits, or if it's necessary, we also deal with certain restructuring. Also, I would like to point out another project, which is not a self-financed project, but the so-called technical support project, which we developed rather efficiently. It is called Stand with Ukraine. Please, the next slide. It seems to me that there must be a separate slide dedicated to this project. So this project is about cooperation of EFSA and GGF in Ukraine, and this project has a rather wide spectrum of topics, which are, please, if you could click on the next slide. Okay, maybe this is the wrong one, but still. So this project aims to support our partners and not just financial institutions. It also aims at financing different projects in the IT field that have become rather urgent during the war. Different things related to cloud technologies, to cloud infrastructures, online access to services, to bank services, in particular, also backup of information. So these are rather expensive and costly projects. And we are really open. We want to support these projects for banks to keep on their uninterrupted operation. Also, these are projects, and that's what Taras has mentioned, that aim to directly support businesses. We do have a grant program that we are implementing jointly with Civita company. It is implementing partner. This is a 1 million euro project, and we give the grant up to 50,000 euros per capita with a rather wide terms. I mean, it should not necessarily be procurement of some equipment. This could be circulating floating assets, so anything to support business that has been affected by the war. Also, we have got a project on social entrepreneurship, and separately we have a block related to small projects, different events or training events, which no matter how strange it is, still keep going even during the war, and there is a high demand for that. Since the beginning of the war, we have implemented all in all 15 projects containing an element of technical aid for the amount of 2.5 million euros. Now, what could support of our funds look like during the war? We cannot compete with or could not offer any competitive or a similar risk sharing or guarantee instrument, because This is caused by the specificity of our funds that are not rated ones, and that's why they cannot be providing to banks anything like that can be done in terms of investment traded institutions guarantees like the BRD, IFC. And we can already see that quite a lot of interesting proposals are available in the market, and they are being established at the local market. For example, you have heard that the risk sharing fund for farmers is being created. We are thinking more about grants, which is not the focus of our attention or is not the main direction of our activity. But anyway, in the conditions of the war and taking into account the needs that will still be there for a period of time, that will still be relevant, we need to issue different grants along with finance from our partner bank. And this could be even quasi-equity for small enterprises. The grant will be stimulating and encouraging crediting, because sometimes banks have partners or looking at new partners, but cannot actually provide credits to them because of their unsatisfactory financial status or insufficiency of collateral. And of course, here we could use both guarantees and risk sharing instruments, but the company that has lost its assets cannot, so to say, solve these problems as a result of increasing the debt load. It needs capital, it needs equity. So this is going to be some kind of capital injection into business, and that will definitely automatically improve the level of development and its attractiveness from the point of view of creditworthiness. But anyway, so far these are just ideas. We are trying to think over those ideas, and I hope that we manage to involve the necessary resources, and we will start implementing some of those ideas and bringing them into life already next year. And also, we intend to continue providing finance in hryvnias on market terms that will meet the needs of banks and that will enable banks to use the money for financing SMEs and the agricultural sector, which is going to be in the focus of our attention. Well, I've told majorly about EFSA, and as far as GGF, Green for Growth Fund, is concerned, please click on the next slide backwards. Yeah, this is the overview of the topics. So we see that the opportunity for GGF in Ukraine is in long-term finance, both in local currency and in foreign currency, and it will be taking place in the directions of credits for banks for further investment into energy efficiency projects or other projects or resource efficiency projects. These could also be credits for banks, corporate borrowers, project finance. Also, partially, we could be looking at energy projects, but I think that they are still too large for us because we don't have large funds, and we will have to look as to whether it's possible to cooperate together with other IFIs creditors. And also municipalities. This is another topic that is relevant for us, but again, unfortunately, we haven't yet had any closed cases, completed cases as far as financing municipalities in Ukraine is concerned. But anyway, we remain open for this direction. So this is as far as GGF fund is concerned. And to sum it all up, I would like to say that on the one hand, we will try to do what we were doing before the war. On the other hand, we will really be implementing some interim or subsidized tools that would enable us to have quick recovery of business, and they would have a better impact. Thank you, Andrei. And two quick questions. Still, well, we don't have that much time left, but anyway, I think many colleagues would like to ask you how they could start cooperating with your funds, because when we had a look at your counter-agents banks, we mainly saw private banks. There were no state-owned banks there. And the second question is still, what is the limit of investment that you see for Ukraine this year and next year? Well, we don't have any rigid restrictions concerning shareholders of the bank. And we used to cooperate with Ukresim Bank. We also had some transactions, but just we stopped them. Also, we've got readiness to cooperate with other banks, state-owned banks. The only precondition is that we need good corporate governance, good financial status. So these are, well, of course, it's about normal, usual times. And of course, the strategy, the vision, and other things like that. And we have to realize that these banks will really be crediting our target finance segment and not using the money in some other directions, which are not that good and do not correspond to our mandate. It seems to me that we do not have any restrictions set here. And probably if we take it in gross terms, our requirements are not different from the requirements set by other IFIs. So if you have a look at the partners of other IFIs in Ukraine, you will see almost the same group of clients. And that is by no accident. And as far as limits are concerned, well, unfortunately, I cannot give you any specific figure for the time being. The only thing is that I could make some assumptions on the basis of our internal capacities and our process of financing some projects. We normally do not join any large projects. Our ticket is about 5-10 million euros in the equivalent of euros, of course. And I think that we can have about 10 transactions a day like this. So this could be 100, 150 million in the euro equivalent. And as far as these projects are concerned, they are smaller, they are less comprehensive, so we could do more of them. And here the budget, well, it has some restrictions, but since the projects are not for many millions, it's more for some thousands or hundreds of thousands. So actually we have more room for perfection, more space here, and we have a look at the needs. And if banks do need such projects, we will be happy to consider your applications. And by the way, recently we have also had a project with Ukrazbank, which is not our funding partner, but nevertheless, we had this project, we implemented it, and this was the project related to the IT infrastructure. I hope I have given answers to all your questions. No, you have. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go to our further question, and let's discuss very important instrument, financial instrument of support that are really requested right now by the market. We are talking about guarantees. As we know, Ukrainian banking system, and as we discussed, has the huge amount of liquidity at the moment, but lending sometimes is really restricted by the war risks. So let's talk about guarantees. And here I would like to invite James to tell about guarantees from DFC side, sorry, and the plans in Ukraine. As we know, you already started cooperation in Ukraine, and you signed the guarantees with Bank Lviv for $19 million. So what are your plans and for this and next year?
Thanks very much, Ross. Can everybody hear me okay? Could I ask the moderator, thanks for putting up the presentation as well?
Yeah, we can see the presentation.
Great, and you can hear me fine?
Yes.
Terrific. Well, I want to start just by thanking you for moderating the panel, and I wanted to thank the USAID and FSR teams for organizing this. This has been a terrific session already. I've very much enjoyed our colleagues' first two presentations from the World Bank and from Finance in Motion, and I think what we'll cover here complements that very nicely. Just to start, to reintroduce myself, my name is James Cashman. I'm an investment officer with the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, and I'm joined here today by one of my colleagues, Marlena Hurley. And we work on two of the insurance-related instruments that DFC offers. And just wanted to start by describing at a very high level who the Development Finance Corporation is, and then we can talk specifically about those insurance tools that we offer and how we could potentially be implementing them, building on the work, as you mentioned, Taras, that we've done now with Bank Lviv and could potentially be doing with other banks and other private companies as well. Could we please advance to the next slide? And I'll move quickly through this presentation so we can concentrate on the instruments themselves. But just at the outset, and hopefully this could be nice reference material for the audience as well. The U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, we are the United States Development Bank. So we're a sister agency to the aid agency, the U.S. Agency for International Development. So while USAID is a donor and supports in that capacity, DFC is a private sector oriented. So we're analogous in many ways to the way the World Bank is structured with the IFC. And I'll describe that in a little bit more detail as well. But if we could move on to the next slide. So we're a bank, but we're clearly a special kind of bank. We're developmentally oriented. We focus on private sector investment. We operate globally as well, so across all of the developing world. We have a focus on conducting transactions that support companies in low-income and lower-middle-income countries, the way the World Bank classifies them. But as our colleague from the World Bank pointed out, we've got in Ukraine a very sophisticated marketplace, and one that I think our tools can be very catalytic in helping to reestablish some sense of normalcy, particularly in the financial sector. If we could go to the next slide, I could describe at a very high level the core offerings that we have, and then we'll focus them on the insurance capacities that DFC offers, because those are probably the areas where we're able to financing and insurance tools. On the left-hand side of this panel here, you can see that we offer both debt financing and equity financing. And we also offer various forms of insurance, and we'll describe two of those forms later in this presentation. The first is a form of a credit guarantee, and then the second is political risk insurance. The credit guarantees are structured as risk-sharing instruments with partners, but they can be used very flexibly. And so they could be with various banks, they could be with investment funds, we could be providing credit guarantees on behalf of individual transactions, individual loans, or on portfolios of loans. And so they could be structured quite flexibly. On the next slide, you just see an overview of where DFC operates, and you can get a sense for the size of our portfolio. So we're currently at about $37 billion in commitments. That's on top of $7 billion, which we've just completed in the last year. So we're growing quite rapidly as a development organization. We're still quite small by U.S. government standards in terms of the size of our team, but we have very ambitious goals. And our focus is on supporting private sector companies in the developing world, especially in situations where we have very strong foreign policy alignment. And I can't think of a case where that's clearer than in the situation in Ukraine. On the next slide, we describe just a little bit similar to the description that was offered and the approach that was described by our colleagues at the World Bank. we take a similar sort of approach here. We're primarily focused on supporting private sector enterprise in the countries in which we work. And similar to the World Bank, each of our transactions goes through a fairly detailed review, not only from an investment standpoint and credit risk standpoint, but also in terms of environmental and social standards as well. And similar to the case that was offered by the World Bank, we think this is an important part of the value that we're providing as well to our partners, ensuring that they're able to advance on environmental and social standards, and that can enable them to receive various sorts of private sector, various sources of financing from multilaterals and other development banks such as ourselves. As has been alluded to in this session on the next slide, this is an intensive process. And we're going from sourcing, where we're hearing about new opportunities, all the way through execution and monitoring on this slide. And it can take many months to go from one end to the next. We're clearly, given the circumstances in Ukraine, looking to expedite in any way that we can. But we have very high standards that we need to follow. And our cooperation with the various other partners in the U.S. government, USAID in particular, I think can be very decisive in helping us to move quickly through this process. On the slide that follows, and this is the last of the overview slides that I intended to deliver on what the DFC is and what we're working on before we turn into some of the particular instruments. But as you can see here, we have very broad sector focus as well. And so it ranges from climate through health and through financial inclusion goals as well. So anything that is going, and this is not exclusive either, this list. Very broadly speaking, anything that is advancing our overarching development strategy and that of our local partners, such as USAID Ukraine, could be considered for DFC support. On the slide that follows, I just can speak in a little bit more detail about one of the insurance instruments that we offer. This is a partial credit guarantee. This is the instrument that we have recently issued to Bank Lviv, and we've done so in the past with other Ukrainian banks. This, as I described in the earlier slides, this is essentially a risk-sharing instrument, and DFC's share of the risk can be adjusted given the circumstances in the marketplace. So in more typical scenarios, it might be that DFC bears 50% of the default risk in an instrument like this, but we can bear more of this when the situation warrants, and we've done so in the recent case with Bank Lviv, where we're covering up to 80% of the default risk associated with any of the lending that the bank is doing. As you can see from the top box, so this is a credit guarantee that DFC offers. And the primary purpose of it is to help unlock liquidity that a lender may have, but due to the risk associated with making loans to various borrowers, it's hesitant to deploy that liquidity. This guarantee instrument is intended to try and unlock that liquidity and get it down to the individual companies that are looking for financing by taking the risk away from the lender and bearing it in our position as a development agency. So it could be, and typically is, a bank that DFC would work with in this kind of example, but it can be various forms of other non-bank financial institutions, including credit funds. And so from our prior speaker with Finance in Motion, we've had many discussions over the years with Finance in Motion about ways we might be able to support an investment fund by sharing in some of the risk. The borrowers, the typical borrowers that are featured in these kind of guarantees have tended to be micro, small, medium-sized enterprises. That's been the core application for this credit guarantee program. But as I've tried to describe, it is a flexible instrument as well. So it doesn't need to be restricted to those types of entities. A guarantee could be covering a single loan from a lender to a borrower, or it could cover a portfolio of loans. Our approach typically is to do our underwriting efforts on our guaranteed partners. So in the case of a bank, we would want to get comfortable with the bank's approach to its credit underwriting and make sure we understand how they think about the loan decisions that they're making, how they monitor them, how they conduct their know your client responsibilities on their downstream borrowers. And then having done that and getting comfortable with a lender, we basically are delegating to them the investment decisions that they'll be making, the borrowers that they're going to be working with. And so we're not reviewing on a loan by loan basis any of the, in a typical portfolio guarantee, any of the loans that a lender might be making. We're just providing the lender with a broad definition of who qualifies as an eligible borrower under this program. And then at the bottom of this illustration, you can see that there's a box here for technical assistance. And that's something that is very commonly used with our credit guarantees. Very often that technical assistance support is provided by our sister agency, USAID, and the various capacities that they have in individual countries such as Ukraine. And in that way, this is a partnership between DFC and USAID to provide a holistic solution, supporting the lender, supporting the individual borrowers, and thereby trying to take as much of the risk away from the project as we can. DFC also has its own much smaller technical assistance capacity that's typically being used for instances where DFC might be looking to finance something, but the project needs a technical study done or something of that matter. But it's an additional capacity that DFC could offer. So this is very high level on who DFC is and how our credit guarantees operate. But the key point I want to make is that this can be structured quite flexibly. We are typically private sector oriented in all of our work, but that line can be blended sometimes with one of our insurance tools, political risk insurance. And at this point, I would like to turn it over to my colleague, Marlena Hurley, who can describe in more detail how that instrument works.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamie. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can hear me. And if you could move to the next slide. So I would like to speak very briefly about DFC's political risk insurance program. The program itself has been in place since after World War II. It came out of the Marshall Plan, and it was first administered by USAID. And in 1971, OPIC was created as a separate entity and carried forward that program to this day. When DFC was founded a couple of years ago, several things that are really, really important for political risk insurance changed. While we, as OPIC, were able to provide insurance only for US entities, for US investments going into various countries, we are now able to also insure other entities aside from US entities, and that this could be European investors or to a certain limited extent Ukrainian investors as well. The political risk insurance really is focused on political risks as opposed to credit risks. We are not providing credit insurance. That's what all the other programs at DFC are covering. So we cover three main types of risks, and there are many subcategories of these risks. And these main categories are inconvertibility and transfer risk. So we protect an investor against the inability to convert local currency into foreign currency for payments on their investments. This could, if it's an equity investment, it would be dividends or capital repatriation. If it were a debt investment, it would be foreign currency for scheduled debt payments. The second category is political violence, and that includes everything from outright war to to terrorism and sabotage. And then the third category is, in its broadest sense, expropriation, which includes anything from outright expropriation, creeping expropriation, confiscation of assets, breach of contract through an arbitral award default process. Typically we provide this insurance at the for new projects like greenfield projects or expansion projects. And that's in a way the typical situation for insurance. We provide the insurance when the risks are not yet given. In other words, for inconvertibility, we want to assure ourselves that the currency is currently convertible and no capital restrictions exist. For political violence, it is difficult or impossible to provide insurance in a situation of outright war. For expropriation, we also want to make sure that the situation in the country is relatively stable. And so once we provide that insurance, the insurance can be very long-term. It can be 20 years and longer for depending on the needs of the client. I also want to make sure that the starting point really is that there be an investor who would like to make some form of investments. We'll get to another slide. Maybe we'll move to the next slide. Make that kind of investment and bear some portion of the risk. So, for example, we can insure equity investments, and we would insure the initial equity amount as well as retained earnings and shareholder loans. Under that, we can pay 90% of the loss, but require that the investor retain 10%, and that's a statutory requirement. We can also insure loans, loans to a private entity or loans to a government entity or state-owned entity. We can insure capital markets issuances, operating leases, and so on. We can insure tangible property, including consigned equipment. We can insure essentially any investment of value against these political risks. And I can go into much more detail on this. Can we go to the next slide, please? So we generally provide insurance for medium to long-term investments and generally are not focused on credit insurance. There are some exceptions that we can consider. Our per project limit is actually quite large. It's $1 billion, but we can also insure very, very small projects depending on the needs of the investors. The coverage, as I mentioned earlier, can be more than 20 years. We focus on medium to long-term investments, so we generally like to see 3 years of project existence. And as I mentioned before, there's a self-insurance requirement for equity and other investments, but we can provide up to 100% for commercial bank loans or leases. We generally set the premium rates at the beginning of at the execution date of the insurance contract, and these premium rates don't change for the duration of the contract. We are very interested in looking at projects in Ukraine. We are feasible. I have to say that it's been a challenge to actually get interest for political risk insurance at that time because there is very little foreign investment going into Ukraine. I'm not saying anything new here, but we stand by for projects that could be undertaken in the next months. So basically we are open for coverage and we are interested in entertaining requests. With that, I would like to turn back over to Jamie or to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you a lot for a really great presentation. And it's really interesting instrument that provides development financial corporations. And I have two questions to you, dear Marlene and James. First question, as we mentioned during previous panels, these instruments are really required by the market. And as we mentioned, you've done already the first steps in Ukraine. But how do you estimate the volume of these instruments in order to show real significant and measurable impact for Ukrainian economy? And the second question, what are requirements for banks and non-banking financial institutions and investors in order to get these guarantees?
You want me to start, Marlena?
Sure.
Well, I'll start on the credit guarantees. So the approach that we take is on a transaction by transaction basis. So it's not a top-down targeted volume for the market of what we're looking to do. It's very much dependent on the situations of our potential partners. And so we're in active discussions with several Ukrainian banks already and have been for some time, even well before February of this year. So we'll look to expand our guarantee program with banks and also potentially with other types of lenders on a transaction by transaction basis. Clearly, the potential is immense, given the size of the Ukrainian banking sector and the amount of stress that the financial sector in general is facing. Our criteria are not really that different from what was described by the World Bank. So we're looking generally for private sector orientation in terms of ownership, although given the circumstances, I think we could consider modifying that approach. We're looking for banks that have a strong process in place already in terms of their overall governance and their approach to credit underwriting. And we're looking for good, strong partners, ones that are aligned with us in terms of our development mandate and are willing to work with us to improve processes and make life better for the Ukrainian people.
Thank you. Thank you a lot. And we have the second, already moved to the second part of our roundtable about political risk guarantees. And I would like to give the floor to Annabelle Libo. Marlene, sorry, maybe you have something to add.
I will just add that everything that Jamie was talking about for the guarantees also hold for the political risk insurance. We evaluate projects and insure projects on a case-by-case basis, on a project-by-project basis, and we have a process that we go through, as you've seen on the slide, and I don't know exactly whether the process might be slightly changed to accommodate investments once the situation is appropriate for investors to make those investments. But we will certainly entertain any qualifying projects. So I just wanted to conclude with that.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot. And yeah, it's really interesting how it will be developing. So I would like also to give the floor to Annabelle Libo, Investment Guarantee Officer from MIGA. What plans do you have in Ukraine, and what current projects do you have right now here?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be participating to this roundtable today. I'm Annabelle Libo. I'm an investment guarantee officer in the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, which is part of the World Bank Group. Our agency promotes foreign direct investment into countries. We are operating actually across regions and across sectors. Specifically, we provide investment guarantee solutions globally, and for cross-border equity and debt investments. We can also support trade finance initiatives. And I will talk a little bit more about that later. What I can say is that our MIGA's portfolio today is approximately $25 billion. and we reinsure roughly 65% of this amount by private reinsurance, which allows us to leverage our own risk capital and basically scale up our impact into projects we insure. When it comes to the sort of different product line that we have, we are also in the space of political risk insurance. We can look into providing guarantees against risks that include expropriations, war and civil disturbance, breach of contract, and expropriation of foreign assets. When it comes to Ukraine specifically, we have been active in Ukraine over the years, and we have insured several projects in several sectors, including the financial sectors, but also manufacturing and services sector. And that was prior to this year. Since the beginning of the war, MIGA has adopted a phased approach towards supporting the private sector in Ukraine. Basically, during the ongoing war and initial reconstruction phase, MIGA will support trade in goods and services through its trade finance guarantees scheme. And this will be in collaboration with the IFC, but also our partners, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and possibly other partners. We will also support liquidity and working capital's needs that the private sector may have through our political risk insurance guarantees. And this could go for international banks with branches in Ukraine, for instance. The aim here is really to ensure sustenance of the private sector during the Russia's war in Ukraine. And during this time, what matters to us is that we could consider also as needed and as the private investors come to us for requests, some longer term repair and reconstruction projects that could be looked at on a selective basis. And in fact, we are currently looking at several projects that requires coverage against the political, the war and civil disturbance insurance. Among the priority repair and reconstruction projects, MIGA is eager to support projects undertaken by foreign sponsors, because this is part of our mandate, the supporting and promoting foreign direct investment. So this is one of our eligibility criteria to select our guarantee holders. And we would be specifically interested in looking at projects where other partners of us has been also considered. So obviously part of the World Bank Group, looking at our colleagues from IBRD and the IFC, but also our partner in the region, EBRD as well, we have been in close contact with those institutions about possible collaboration. On the situation that could evolve, and once the situation essentially allows it, MIGA will be also looking at deploying the entirety of its guarantee solution, so the entirety of the political risk insurance product suite. And this includes essentially provision of insurance for real sector projects in agribusiness and services and manufacturing, transport, housing, energy, and so forth. The bulk of MIGA support to Ukraine, it's really through our partners. We are a small organization, so it's really about also leveraging the support of others to scale up and have also the presence on the ground that we don't really have ourselves. We have regional presence though. I'm myself based in Paris, part of the regional hub that MIGA has that covers Europe and Central Asia region, as well as North Africa region. What matters again is really to be able to provide the trade finance or liquidity thanks to this MIGA backing that we would be entitled to do in some of these projects that need less. On the trade finance side, to be a little bit more specific on what we have been looking into supporting so far is additional capacity to the EBRD for supporting trade finance through various banks, so the Offshore Bank, but also Ukr Exim Bank and Ukr Gas Bank on the EBRD terms, and also to provide additional capacity to our sister institution, the IFC, for the Global Trade Finance Program to provide guarantees to Ukr Exim Bank as well as Ukr Gas Bank. We have also been looking into supporting international banks such as Raiffeisen Bank, which is expected to be to basically back extra lending on the bank's normal terms in specific, especially, I mean, not only, but specifically some key industries of the Ukraine economy, agriculture, for instance, agribusiness, and maybe others that are seen as being particularly needed during this wartime. Currently, there is virtually no private reinsurance available for Ukraine beyond 1 year. And as I was mentioning earlier in my presentation, we rely on roughly 65% of our portfolio size being reinsured. So it's really an important component when we look at new projects and how we can manage our exposure to a specific project and a country. So MIGA has been here to sort of counterbalance that particular fact of a limited, very limited capacity from reinsurance market to be seeking some donor funding to leverage MIGA's own risk capital. And MIGA is working to establish a platform of support to scale private finance for the reconstruction of Ukraine through these aspects of donor funding, possibly, and helping leverage the reinsurance market as well. MIGA objectives with this platform of support to scale up private finance is really to gradually ensure that every dollar of guarantee provided is leveraged several folds in terms of private finance. And to achieve this goal, we plan to combine the use of our existing war insurance coverage and our own equity with donor funding, right, to help basically provide this layer of security to crediting private reinsurers. So that's the sort of mechanics that we are looking into as part of this platform. And it is a combination which triggered the ability of MIGA to leverage every dollar of guarantee several folds. It also helps us deliver and make possible new projects, new support to projects by blending risk exposure on MIGA's own books with donor money that could be done through trust funds. We have an existing conflict-affected and fragile economies facility trust fund that we have been leveraging already in some ongoing project that we are looking into right now. And basically the CAFEF, this particular conflict-affected and fragile economies facility trust fund, is to support MIGA's projects in Ukraine as a sort of temporary measure. And we are trying to find a way now to sustain a support to Ukraine through the establishment of a more specific, Ukraine-specific trust fund that we call the Support to Ukraine's Reconstruction and Economy Trust Fund. And this is being, at the moment, it's work in progress. It's still ongoing. We are working on it actively as we speak. And is to support projects, especially during the reconstruction phase. So I'm going to stop here. I really thank you for your time and your interest in MIGA. My contacts are available if need be, and please feel free to reach out if you're interested in knowing more about how our guarantee solutions and possible projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. And I have one question, because we are talking about investments, and you really provide really interesting guarantees that secure a huge amount of risks for different investors. But I would like to ask, how do you estimate investors' risk appetite? Are they ready to move right now to Ukraine during the war is going? We understand and we know that we will win, or they are still waiting, even despite all these guarantees, to the end of the war?
Thank you for the questions, and I can say that we have received internally several requests from private investors in various sectors of the economy. So there is definitely an interest to comment whether these projects are for the ongoing situation, so to support the needs, the critical needs at this time, or projects that are actually a little bit more forward-looking and will be coming in when we reach the active reconstruction phase. So yes, there are private investors interested, and yeah, that's what I can share at this time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you a lot. So we are moving to the third section of our roundtable grants and technical assistance program, and during the section we will discuss together with Edmar Schmidt from Sparkassen Stiftung, Timothy Madigan from Economic Resilience Activity, Mykola Volkov from USAID Agro, and Alexei Kushnir from USAID Competitive Economy. We understand that the amount of financial support program and financial instruments for Ukrainian business will be really growing in the nearest future. The only way how to transfer all this financial support to the final beneficiaries is use of the capacity of banks and non-banking financial institutions, simultaneously raising awareness of final beneficiaries of small and medium-sized businesses on proposed financial instruments. So, Edward, as we know, German Sparkassen Stiftung for International Cooperation conducts a lot of trainings to raise awareness of SME on access to financial instruments. Can you tell us more about your programs in Ukraine and how small and medium-sized and micro businesses are aware about all financial support that they can get right now?
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much also for invitation to this event. I'm very sorry not being with you there in Lviv, but my colleagues have visited Lviv yesterday, and I will tell a bit more about it. So now I'm representing Sparkassen Stiftung. My name is Eduard Schmidt. I'm senior financial expert, and now for the time being responsible for some other regions also. I do represent also my colleagues from Ukraine, and will tell you some words about Sparkassenstiftung. I think we are the smallest company in this round today, in this round table. And we are also very long involved in all the developments in Ukraine. As Robert mentioned today, in the first half of our roundtable, Ukrainian businesses need support. This is also our strategy, what Sparkassenstiftung usually do all over the world. I know we are late in the time, but let me say some words about our organization so that you have a bit more understanding of our work. And would kindly ask to, no, I will try it by myself. This one. Doesn't work.
Yeah, we see the presentation.
Yes, but I wanted to have it in full screen. So I cannot manage it anymore, I think. Or yes, this one. We are German Sparkassenstiftung. I know it's also a complicated name to pronounce. We are a part of a huge German Sparkassen financial family. So this family has 371 independent Sparkassen all over Germany, and also other companies under one umbrella. German Sparkassen associations, Landesbanken, you probably also know in Ukraine as a provider of financial services and additional services, IT service company, and academies, of course, one university, and all others. Why I'm telling that? So this is a very important thing to say, that we as Sparkassenstiftung don't provide the financial services. We usually do manage or operate the programs and projects, but by ourselves, having 371 Sparkassen in our family, we as Sparkassenstiftung do more advisory and consultancy businesses, because it's prohibited by law to the German Sparkassen to provide international loans or other financial services. Therefore, we have 6 Landesbanken, and our Landesbanken can and do all the foreign operations for all German Sparkassen. This is the difference between the usual private banks, and that makes our family so special. German Sparkassenstiftung is coming from Bonn. We have in our head office around 40 employees, project managers, and technical assistance colleagues. And all over the world, we have more than 340 employees, and we are active in more than 50 countries. This number is every month different. Project volume by the end of the last year, 32 million, and you see how small we are in our project volume. You cannot compare it with the banks. And we are financed by our own investments, our members, and by project revenues. And here's a very important thing, that our main donor is German Federal Ministry for Economical Cooperation and Development, BMZ, and other half government companies like GIZ, KfW, and of course international companies, EBRD, PU, World Bank, IFC, and others. We do a lot of projects with different partners all over the world. What we do exactly, and here I try to answer the question. Taras, thank you very much. We are main focused on capacity development, institutional building, and previously one of our huge topics was, of course, financial literacy, financial inclusion all over the world. And the new topics we got this year are green finance, sustainable finance, rural finance. But we do also provide in Ukraine, of course, we do share our know-how, which is coming from the whole Sparkassen finance group. We have always the possibility to ask our partners, our partner financial institutions, Sparkassen, Landesbanken, insurances, leasing companies for support. And this support can be delivered in form of experts and materials, and also all the new regulations coming from German supervision and from European supervision. And then we usually transfer all the knowledges and regulations to our country, to our partner countries, and trying to adopt and work out all the necessary regulations, which we also did in Ukraine before this aggressive war. And this war has also destroyed our work. We can feel with you because we transferred our office from Kiev to another place, now trying to find something in Lviv. But we are proud of our staff members in Ukraine, and we will find the best solution how to continue to share our know-how with our staff in Ukraine. This is the scheme how we transfer our knowledge. It's not that important. One thing is also to mention today that we try to help our partners to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. 10 of them we can cover already by ourselves, and others we are working on. So what we do in Ukraine, to be honest, this is just one of the ongoing projects, but we are represented in Ukraine since more than 20 years and have started with the first project by end of 19th and have helped Oshad Bank with the restructuring of the branch network. And then we continued with different projects. And this one will end by the orientation phase of current project will end by this year, and we already started the preparation process of new project phase, which will be then for the next 3 years to support smallholder farmers, service providers in rural areas. Then this is our main direction, how to provide all the necessary information to small farmers and also young adults. You will see here who are our partners. Agri-colleges, agri-educational centers, where we have implemented the special developed educational programs and some special products which are very effectively used. Farmers' business simulation, micro business simulation, and savings simulation, which are very well known already between students, and they can also like do the game while learning all the processes for the real case. With Agri Analyta and the others, we have developed awareness raising platform for climate risk mitigation, and risk atlas for the whole Ukraine. So you can go into this platform and you can check all the climate changes and climate risks. Of course, it was done not for the war situation. So now we have to adopt a bit all the satellite pictures and all the changes during the war about the environmental things, and also to adopt the new numbers in the platform. Yeah, I think there's a question.
Yeah, thank you, Edward, a lot. And I have a question to you. So you have really unique experience of raising awareness of MSME about all support programs. So the question is, how do you prepare right now and coordinate your activity with other IFIs and financial institutions in order to prepare the market to distribute this huge amount of support, different type of support program among final beneficiaries in Ukraine in the nearest future?
Yeah, it's a good question. We have already partnership with some MFIs, credit unions in Ukraine. We have started also to implement the awareness campaign within the BMZ project. And we have a second project, which I also wanted to continue to present. And this is what we are very proud of, together with our partners. And this is the EU for Business initiative, where we have already 2 financial institutions as partners, and of course, the Business Development Fund of Ukraine, where I would like to thank also to the colleagues who are working with us. And we have introduced yesterday with a first ceremony launching event in Lviv, yesterday, the first memorandums between Sparkassenstiftung and Oshad Bank Lviv and BDF have been signed. We will publish the press release these days together with GIZ. And about this, I can tell you some words more. This is very important to say. It is within. It's not our own project. It's not our own campaign. This is the EU for Business initiative, which has been also provided to us through GIZ. And we have our 3 partners, BDF, Oshad Bank, and Bank Lviv, for implementation of this project. The whole volume will be 2.4 millions, where of around 2.3 million can be applied for every financial institution. Therefore, I have to say this is something which we try just to see how it works. The amount is very small, and so we have not started the huge competition between the banks. We have just continued to work with already existing partners, and we are also proud of the preparation work, as Natalia mentioned today in the first half of the session. Everything which is not state-owned, everything which is also coming from international organizations is welcome. Thank you. And you did also huge work together with Bank of Lviv and BDF in terms of preparation of this project. And we have together decided about the criteria, what to do and how to structure this. And we have agreed on the combination between grants and loans, which will be given by partner banks. And the maximum amount is up to 30% of the investment can be applied for. And the main thing is we would like to support mostly internally displaced businesses, which are more affected by the war as others, but others can also apply and can get a bit, not the full amount of 30%, but 20% can be also given to existing clients. New project can be used for investment capital and also working capital. Maximum amount for one client is 30,000 euro, will be paid out, of course, in Ukrainian hryvnia, and the interest rate for the loan part of the whole investment will be not higher than the average interest rate on the market. well, can be used for everything which is eligible for today's business, of course. And if our partner banks and BDF will decide this is needed, this should be done, can be done practically, of course, we will also support our partners to make this investment and to support our clients, clients of the banks, of course, in this program. Can be combined with other state programs, and we hope that this will be done successfully. Of course, this is for us the first try. We will see how successful we are together, and might be also extended, might be increased. We have just to ask for it. There's within the program, within the European initiative, there's enough money to raise the funds for more investments.
Yes, thank you, Eduard. And we believe that the program will be really extended because it's very important to raise awareness of the businesses about all grants that they are able to get right now. And let's go further to the grants. So economic resilience activity was designed. We have here representative of this program. Was designed to strengthen the economy and improve resilience of businesses and communities in eastern Ukraine. Now situation changed, really changed. The war corrupted a lot of businesses all over Ukraine, and huge amount of SMEs were relocated, and they really need the support right now. So, Timothy, you have unique experience to support the businesses near frontline. And as I know, now the geography of your project was extended all over Ukraine. Can you share with us your plans and what support can SMEs get from your project?
Sure, thank you. And thank you to all the participants and the organizers for bringing us all together. This is fantastic, and I too wish I was there in Lviv with you. I was there just last week, and I look forward to coming back soon. And these topics, this information that we're sharing right now, it's very timely and so important for all of us. So in our part, as yes, you described, the USAID Economic Resilience activity was based in the East and focused in the East, Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. And since the war, we have expanded our geography to cover all of Ukraine, but we're still focused on the same mission, really, and that's to bring to SMEs, entrepreneurs, micro-sized businesses support, and in different ways. But let me step back for a second and just briefly describe the ERA program, because we have 3 components which we have redesigned and are still in the process of making adaptations as the situation changes. We have, again, 3 components. We call the first one stabilization and inclusion. And this is where we are working with vulnerable populations, which now really encompasses the entire country. But we are focused on different specific groups. We'll be expanding to veterans and including all those affected by the war. But we do continue our focus on an individual basis, the vulnerable populations, to help them gain new skills and work toward employment opportunities. And that comes in different ways through support that we can provide in training, new skills development, and even access to finance if they're ready for starting new businesses. There's so much more to talk about that component, but many of our people who have received training have gone on to become private entrepreneurs and started up small businesses that later needed finance and got it. Our second component is the business revival area. Thanks, Volodymyr. I'm sorry, I should have, I didn't realize we didn't have the presentation going, but here it is. It's our business revival component, which is where our access to finance activities are parked. And we are trying and help and work directly with MSMEs. And now under these conditions, mostly we have been helping them relocate out of the East because we are still connected to them. We're helping them, those that are able to move and relocate, not just the machinery, anything they could salvage. Some could not salvage anything. We have several partners whose businesses were completely destroyed, yet they are relocating. They have restarted, and we're helping them through many different tools, which I'll come back to in a minute. I'll just finish up on our third component. The new economy is what we're focused on, and that's happening as we speak. And as all of you have described in your activities and your plans, it's something that we're all preparing for. But this used to be called our transformation component. But we're working now at the national level and with oblasts, new and those from the East that we have been working with previously. But for us, working at that oblast level and especially in at the local level, again, helping capture the vision that the leaders and the coalitions who are operating now after the crisis, initial crisis, and as they are starting their plans on reforming activities, we're helping them with that on different ways through actual construction as well, physical construction and renovation of key small-scale infrastructure. So we can move on to the next slide, please. And we do our access to finance activities into basic ways, and it's, again, through engaging in micro and small enterprises, and at a level which is more geared toward small and medium. And we're looking at across a spectrum of different types of businesses. We do want to focus on manufacturing and employment generating activities. But again, our experience so far has been mainly in working with companies who are restarting or have relocated, and those who are in need of technical assistance to start new or expand activities, ideally even into export activity. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So again, with our micro and small activities and the access to finance, our experience in the East was after 3 years, a little bit more than 3 years of implementation, had really gained momentum, and supporting credit unions was one tool that really helped and finally began to take hold, and we had success, and we'd like to continue that. Again, this is all in coordination with our USAID implementing partners who are working in the access to finance area as well throughout Ukraine. But we have had, we like to continue that, and we're working with putting together new programs where we could help businesses access that available credit and help the credit unions continue their ability to strengthen their own portfolios of businesses. And our agro MSMEs, again, an area of focus for ERA that has been with us from the beginning. There are other USAID programs, agro and CEP and CAP, and we all are looking at this important sector of the economy in Ukraine. but we're engaged in a way in which we have consultants who are able to work with a large number of agribusiness. And you mentioned in our previous presenter, AgriAnalytica platform, and providing the financial and transactional advisory services is something where we think we will continue, will be able to continue, and even since July 2022, we've nearly raised $2 million for beneficiaries since our engagement. Okay. And with SMEs, we've had, again, a very good experience in providing transaction advisory services. It really gives high quality, focused consulting and financial advisory support to businesses who really wouldn't normally have access to that kind of very important quality help in preparation for getting sophisticated credits and loans, being ready for it, and having really the applications prepared in a way in which makes the institutions ready to engage and lend them money. A lot of the issues in the East were attitudes and reluctance for businesses and banks to come together and talk the same language. It doesn't always happen. It was happening before the war. We saw a real change in attitude, and we're looking forward to continuing that. Okay. With that SMEs, we've been a part of the support to Gazelle Finance. It's a DFC-backed investment fund that originated in Georgia and Armenia. We had excellent conversations and plans, which actually started, and however, no investments were made, but the interest is still very high, and when the timing is right, they'll come back and physically into Ukraine. But the actual presence of such a support system is very important, and it was, as you can see, there is continued activity, and this is an area I think that is going to, when the time is right, be an important part of how it's going to affect and support businesses throughout. So yeah, next slide, please. Okay, I think that was a quick review of our activities, and I'm happy to answer any questions, please.
Yes, thank you a lot for a great presentation, and you are doing really great job because, as we've seen from previous session, SMEs are the basement of Ukrainian resilience and resilience of our economy, and they adopt really fast for all economical changes. But here is a very interesting question based on your experience. Because as I've mentioned at the beginning, you have unique experience of supporting of SMEs near the front line or in hot areas that we unfortunately have. And how do you see, is support of SMEs in such region economically effective, or we should wait till the end of the war?
No, I don't think we can wait till the end of the war. And there are so many experiences that we've had, again, and we're following with support because it's really the incredible initiative and true spirit of continuing and resilience, truly earning the and defining the term that we have been lucky to partner with companies that have. As I mentioned earlier, for example, in Rubizhne, we have worked with a company called Rubizhne Hosiery Manufacturing. They're in Lviv now. They left. We were able to help them relocate, find new space in which they're operating now, in Lviv, and they have restarted production. They're in small ways are rebuilding and will continue. They will make it. They're going to make it one way or the other, and we're really happy that we can support them. But it's companies like that, and there are many that have already made the decision that they will continue in these conditions. So if we're able to provide technical assistance, again, that helps them connect to export markets. This small socks manufacturer has their Norwegian client who before the war was starting to buy quite a bit of inventory from them, already placing orders and waiting for a time when they'll be able to start sending socks back out. So we will continue with technical assistance. We can offer support through a grant mechanism as well. And in some cases, in other examples, renovation of business sites that have been damaged or are still structurally sound but need renovation. We do also have the ability to support through a construction renovation area. So our plan is to not wait and to help new businesses, or businesses restart, even new businesses get started, and our Access to Finance team is working on that every day.
Yes, thank you, Timothy. And it's really great to hear that the support of economy is going on right now during the war, and you are aimed, to provide as much support as I understand as possible during these hard times, because we really are unique countries that continue to fight and live. And in Lviv here, we're discussing about economy. We have to strengthen our rear, because without strong rear, it will be very difficult for our guys in the front lines. So thank you a lot. And рухаємося далі. Насправді, якщо говорити про Україну, ми, в принципі, дуже багато...
We are associated with an agrarian country, and really in 2021, 40% of our currency revenues were derived from the agrarian sector. So Mykola, I would ask you, as a representative of USAID Agro project, what programs of support are you providing to the agricultural sector, and what are the challenges that the international organizations need to respond to? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. If I could have my presentation on the screen. Thank you. So the project which I represent, USAID Agro, focuses on two major directions, which is ensuring food security. And in this respect, we have bought for the agricultural sector different materials like fertilizers and things like that. And we have also bought a great number of hoses, and we enable them to store grain and to somehow pack it. Also, we will keep supporting processing of cereals in Ukraine. And the other direction, or the other component I directly represent, is access to finance. And in fact, it is based on the following criteria. Before the war, we supported online solutions that allowed people to quickly get the finance, because the client submitted an application not to one bank, but to several banks at a time. And we focused on SMEs and micro businesses that did not have any financial reporting. So we created tools for them that enable them to become transparent for banks and to have their financial reporting. But war introduced some amendments, some changes, and of course, they couldn't get credits from the bank. And besides that, it was about logistics, checkpoints, inability to come to the bank, inability to have a field visit for the bank. the need to transport a package of documents, and another sensitive point, availability of the vouch or guarantee of the owner. Actually, it was supposed to be the voucher to be given by the wife, and it was impossible because the wife was staying abroad. So a lot of banks have canceled this requirement, but anyway, we came to understand that partial automation of the process of document submission to the bank is not enough. That's why we focused on making it fully automated. So we wanted to cancel all those bottlenecks in the finance market in 2022, and we wanted to focus on the development of the tools or the modules that would enable us to make this fully automated or digitalized, and to make it possible to give credits to legal entities online. So the agrarians in the field are submitting the applications, and they are getting the necessary material and technical resources without going to the bank. That was our global objective, and we are moving in this direction. Among the improvement directions, we chose 3 online solutions that we have in the market. This is Agri Analytica Group and Audioteca. We are working at the improvement of their services, and we have expanded them for state-owned programs and funding, because within the state guarantee programs, it so happened that there is quite a bottleneck because about 40% of the submitted applications were rejected. The agrarians spent a lot of time on the preparation of documents. As a result, for security reasons, they were given a waiver, a rejection. So our task is to develop the tool that would enable us to verify at the initial stage who our borrower is and whether he has any problems and whether he can solve those problems. The bottlenecks in the market also included availability of some executive proceedings. I mean that they were submitting their applications, but there was some executive proceedings against them. But it was funny because it was just a traffic fine for some 200 hryvnias, but because of the fact that they didn't pay it in time, they could get 8 million for their agricultural purposes. Now we are developing the tool that will help us track availability of some tax debts or traffic fees, non-payment, some other things that could be corrected before you apply for a grant, not to lose that much time on the things that actually are not that much valid. You clearly need to understand what you need to improve for you to be able to pass within this program. The next direction is that commodity credits funded by 60% became inaccessible. Many suppliers who went to the advanced payment grounds, and now we are still thinking how to get the market back to that stage. And we had a very interesting awareness campaign about grants and about how applications are to be filled. Let me make you acquainted with the online solutions that won in our competition.
Розробити необхідні документацію і стати прозорим для банку. Ось також програма має додаткові модулі, які були реалізовані саме в цьому році. Це, наприклад, агрітрейдинг, який дозволив через Telegram-бот продавати зернові культури, а також агромагазин, де аграрій, маленький аграрій може також знайти необхідні продукти і швидко їх закупити, оскільки в цьому році саме ринок постачальників він також різко змінювався. Наступний програмний модуль, він фокусується на підприємствах, юридичних особах, і він направлений на повну автоматизацію процесу. Отже, без подачі документів, ввівши лише код ДРПО, фермер отримує попереднє рішення по кредиту на протязі до 2 днів. Ось. Як це робиться? Це програма формує кредитну заявку на базі інформації з 72 реєстрів, заявка автоматично надсилається до декілька банків, і разом з попереднім рішенням клієнт отримує максимальний ліміт кредитування, що є досить важливо для клієнта. Тобто клієнт чітко розуміє, на яку суму кредитування він може розраховувати. Ось, як це працює через Telegram-бот очима аграрія, тобто аграрій вводить код РДРПО, чат-бот просить перевірити назву підприємства та власників підприємства, фермер вносить контактну особу, чат-бот формує заявку і запитує, як відправити заявку на один або декілька банків. І клієнт в режимі онлайн бачить, на якій стадії реалізації ця заявка в тому банку, куди він подав цю заявку. Це досить важливо, тому що, на жаль, в кредитному процесі не завжди аграрій розумів, на якій стадії розгляду його є питання, і тому в багатьох випадках він просто не витримував і переходив на інші джерела фінансування, на жаль. В сьогоднішніх умовах цього зробити досить складно, тому фінансування банківське, воно є зараз основним, і програма 5.7.9, вона дозволяє це забезпечити. Інше, на жаль, таких інструментів фінансування, які були до війни, їх стало набагато менше. І третій напрям – це напрям, який стосується компанії УТЕКа, яка має онлайн-сервіси на ринку по веденню бухгалтерії, а саме вона сфокусована на галузях агро, медицина і комерція. І разом з цією компанією ми будемо реалізовувати інструментарій для більш складних компаній. Тобто багато компаній мають складну структуру власності, коли в групу пов'язаних компаній входять там 2 і більше компаній. І реалізувати простий механізм розрахунку попереднього ліміту автоматично, або аналізу фінансової звітності автоматично досить складно. Тому разом з цією компанією ми будемо створити інструментарій підготовки консолідованої звітності автоматично, інструментарій, який дозволить автоматично сформувати розшифровки до фінансової звітності, і потім по цій вже консолідованій звітності автоматично розрахувати необхідний ліміт. Це дозволить більшій кількості клієнтів отримати фінансування. Наступний напрям, який ми плануємо робити, це автоматизація бізнес-планів. Тобто ми досить багато проводили в цьому році заходів щодо підготовки бізнес-планів для грантових програм і зрозуміли, що на ринку існує необхідність саме в створенні спрощеного інструменту, який дозволить за рахунок модулів розробити цей бізнес-план, використовуючи вже фактичні дані підприємства. Отже, що ми плануємо зробити з усіма цими рішеннями і що нам дозволить звести процес прийняття рішення і видачі коштів в банк і подачі заявки до досить короткого проміжку часу. Таких ми собі ставимо десь, що цей процес має відбутися на протязі 4 днів. Від подачі заявки до фактичного отримання коштів, якщо ми кажемо про кредитування без забезпечення. Отже, це модуль автоматизації перевірки факторів прийнятності. Для чого потрібен цей модуль? Цей модуль дає змогу за декілька секунд клієнту дати відповідь щодо «да, ми готові тебе фінансувати», або «ні, ти не проходиш по критеріям», а також надати саме ті причини, по яким клієнту відмовляють. На жаль, банківський сектор не завжди розкриває інформацію про причини відмови, але для клієнта це є важливим, оскільки, можливо, є такі параметри, які він може швидко вирішити і до подачі заявки їх нівелювати. Це перший момент. Другий момент, як вже казав, це ті модулі, які дозволяють автоматизувати консолідацію фінансової звітності, а також досить цікавий модуль, який стосується модуль по парсингу файлів. То парсинг файлів – це коли, наприклад, при подачі фінансової звітності, яка подається десь вона існує вже навесні, але в державних реєстрах вона появляється набагато пізніше, а банки повинні приймати рішення саме по свіжій звітності. Вони її не мають. Відповідно, для того, щоб повністю автоматизувати процес, клієнт за рахунок функції парсинга вкладує цю звітність на тому носії, який в нього є, в PDF-файлі чи в Excel, в певний кабінет. Модуль, скажімо так, щитує інформацію, перевіряє цю інформацію і розраховує автоматично показники. Що це дозволяє? Це дозволяє максимально зменшити кількість часу, яка використовується саме при прийнятті рішення щодо перебиття цієї інформації в якісь таблиці, розрахунку окремо цього показника. Також ми через цей процес буде проходити процес цифрового підпису, як я вже казав, порука дружини могла досить швидко бути підписана цифровим підписом, якщо би цей механізм був. І ще основний такий напрям, оскільки значна кількість кредитів зараз видається саме державними банками, дуже багато клієнтів переходять або мають бажання перейти до державного банку, оскільки його банк не надає йому фінансової підтримки, або її зменшує, або виключно фінансує в рамках погашення. Відповідно, нами запланований такий сервіс, це розробка сервісу онлайн-відкриття рахунку за рахунок вже існуючих інструментів. Ми будемо створювати досить зручний механізм, коли клієнт може відкрити рахунок віддалено, і вже безпосередньо це є, скажімо так, першою ступенем для безпосереднього отримання кредиту. Ось, а також автоматизуємо роботу з оціночними компаніями і страховими компаніями. Отже, що це дасть на сьогоднішній день? Це дасть змогу значним чином покращити процес взаємодії на фоні того, що, перше, зменшується кількість клієнтів, які можуть отримати фінансування, тому що фінансовий стан в наступному році або за цей рік він буде набагато гіршим, ніж був у минулому році. Тобто, відповідно, на банки ляже додаткове навантаження щодо швидкого аналізу цих клієнтів. Тобто ми збиваємо цей момент. Щодо державних грантових програм, ми дозволяємо клієнту розуміти, чи взагалі йому слід подаватися на цю програму, ось, чи необхідно виправити певні недоліки і не створювати цю додаткову чергу. І третій момент – це ми робимо все можливе, щоб фінансовий ринок працював більш ефективно, оскільки, це не секрет, що більша кількість банків, вона скорочує відділення, і, відповідно, кількість точок перетину агропідприємств, які віддалено знаходяться від обласних центрів, з банками воно зменшується, відповідно, виведення всієї співпраці в максимальні онлайн-канали взаємодії, це з точки зору реакції на те, що відбувається на ринку, я думаю, що це досить такий потужний і гарний напрям. Отже, дякую. Якщо є питання, також готовий відповісти.
Дуже дякую за презентацію. Бачите, нам натякають, що вже затягнувся час, вже почали виключати світло. Але насправді дійсно дуже багато цікавих програм підтримки. І таке питання: а який зараз портфель підтримки ви маєте в Україні? Ну і от найбільші кейси, якщо можна.
Дивіться, ми зараз підтримуємо системних гравців в більшій мірі. Раніше ми точково працювали безпосередньо з агровиробниками. Зараз ми знаходимо компанії, які можуть швидко забезпечити агросектор, розповсюдити системи зберігання. Тобто, і на сьогоднішній день портфель діючих грантів, який складається з насіння, наприклад, з рукавів для зберігання зерна, з машин для зберігання зерна, десь приблизно складає порядка 30 мільйонів доларів. Ось, і цей весь, скажімо так, пул орієнтований на досить значну кількість агропідприємств, яким ми очікуємо, що буде надана підтримка. В більшій мірі це якраз і є ті підприємства, які активно фінансуються в банках. Якщо наша підтримка дозволить їм забезпечити сталість бізнесу і не втрату бізнесу цього в складний період.
Дуже дякую. І останній наш учасник якраз вже будете резюмувати, Євгене. Олексію, будете резюмувати, в принципі, всю панель. USAID Competitive Economy Program. Насправді одна з найбільших програм підтримки, якраз безпосередньо прямої підтримки підприємств, яка є в Україні. І зараз ми розуміємо, що ми рухаємося до трішки іншого, напевне, формату, коли потрібна буде підтримка там не десяткам чи сотням, а потрібна буде підтримка тисячам підприємств. І отут до вас якраз питання: як ви бачите можливість донесення до великої кількості чи через банки, чи через небанківські фінансові установи, чи все-таки розвивати внутрішні capacity, цю підтримку, і які зараз програми у вас є підтримки безпосередньо для МСБ?
Дякую дуже. Буду коротко виступати, тому що бачу, що такі умови, що потрібно закруглятися трошки. Перш за все, дуже дякую колегам з проекту реформи фінансового сектору за запрошення, тому що це дуже важливо робити і створювати такі майданчики, де всі можуть поділитися своїми ідеями і напрацювати певні рішення, які можуть бути реалізовані найближчим часом. Щодо нашої програми, то конкурентна спроможна економіка України, програма створена в 2018 році з бюджетом $42 мільйонів. Як вже це зрозуміло з назви, основне завдання нашої програми – це сприяння конкурентоспроможності малих та середніх підприємств, стартап, як на внутрішньому ринку, так і на зовнішніх ринках. І ми це реалізуємо через 4 компоненти. Перше – це сприяння покращенню бізнес-середовища, це підтримка МСБ в різних галузях економіки. Третє – це підтримка міжнародної торгівлі та реформи митниці. Четверте – це безпосередньо інвестпромоушен і доступ до фінансування. Безумовно, що інвестпромоушен і доступ до фінансування, особливо під час війни, є критично необхідним для підтримки СМІ, тому що дійсно зараз важливо, щоб СМІ не тільки вижили, але й розвивалися і продовжували функціонувати ефективно для подальшої розбудови нашої економіки. І насамперед я хотів би зупинитися на такій співпраці нашій з експортно-кредитним агентством, яка розпочалася в червні місяці. Ми підписали протокол про співпрацю і наразі допомагаємо їм в промоції їх основного продукту. Це предекспортне фінансування, предекспортне страхування фінансування. Навіщо це потрібно? Тому що наразі експортери, скажімо так, втрачають свої можливості через те, що їхні контракти, їх умови по контрактам переходять на відтермінування платежу і є певний розрив ліквідності. Таким чином, програма страхування предекспортного фінансування дозволяє фактично без забезпечення отримати доступне фінансування за рахунок того, що це фінансування комбінується з програмою 5.7.9 і забезпечення фактично іде по руку власника та виручка по зовнішньоекономічному контракту. І таким чином, наскільки я навіть пам'ятаю, що перші кредити по цій програмі були з ефективною ставкою 1,5%. Це в тому числі враховуючи витрати на страхування. Спільно з експортно-кредитним агентством, спільно з державними банками, які підключились до цієї програми, це Укргазбанк, Ощаду, Укрексімбанк, було проведено за нашої фінансової підтримки 18 заходів в 13 регіонах України для того, щоб якомога більша кількість експортерів дізналася про можливості такої програми, і таким чином вже за такий достатньо короткий час було підтримано більше 600 мільйонів експорту в еквіваленті. Я дуже сподіваюся, що ця цифра буде значно більше навіть уже за перший квартал наступного року, тому що до цієї програми має доєднатись Приватбанк, на що я дуже розраховую, і таким чином набагато покращить результати по цій програмі. Також з жовтня місяця у експортно-кредитного агентства є можливість долучитись до бази кредитних репортів компанії КАФА. Це один із самих великих кредитних страховиків у світі за наші фінансові допомоги. І таким чином це значно спрощує доступ до наступного продукту експортно-кредитного агентства – це страхування зовнішньоекономічних контрактів. Чому це важливо якраз саме цей доступ до бази кредитних репортів? Тому що експортер для того, щоб отримати страхування або як мінімум отримати рішення щодо страхування, зобов'язаний був надати до експортного кредитного агентства або фінансову звітність контрагента, імпортера відповідно, або кредитний репорт. Враховуючи, якщо ми говоримо про невеличкі зовнішньоекономічні контракти, десь там $50,000, і коли експортер розуміє, що йому потрібно заплатити $100 одразу за цей кредитний репорт, то це певним чином обмежує його можливості щодо отримання такого покриття. Таким чином, наразі такої необхідності у експортера немає, тому що експортно-кредитне агентство самостійно може отримати цей кредитний репорт від КАФАСу. Чому ще це також важливо? Тому що це перший крок в тому числі для запуску такого важливого продукту, який ми очікуємо в першому кварталі наступного року, як страхування експортного факторингу. Це те, про що говорили на першій панелі. З 7 січня експортно-кредитне агентство, відповідно до змін до їх профільного закону, матиме змогу безпосередньо страхувати експортний факторинг. І таким чином, ми сподіваємося, що якраз ця можливість буде сприяти для запуску цього продукту, і ми зі свого боку допомагаємо наразі створювати такий продукт для того, щоб це було як можна швидше. Залучаємо до цього створення фахівців за нашу фінансову допомогу і сподіваємося, що дійсно до кінця, в першому кварталі першому кварталі цей продукт вже можна буде презентований. Я дуже сподіваюся, що він буде такий самий успішний, як і предекспортне фінансування. Що додатково ми будемо робити в наступному році, так це ми будемо проводити дослідження проблематики в доступі до фінансування таких секторів, як реактивна індустрія та IT-сектори. Тому я дуже сподіваюся, що найближчим чином ми ідентифікуємо гепи, які зараз є в доступі до фінансування по цим секторам економіки, і дуже сподіваємося, що спільно з банками ми зможемо створити відповідні програми фінансування для того, щоб ці сектори ефективно і надалі розвивалися. Якщо коротко, то по програмам, звичайно, є грантові програми підтримки малих та середніх підприємств. Перш за все, це програми відновлення і продовження функціонування МСБ, програма чек-програми від 600 тисяч гривень до 1 200 000. Подаватись на цю програму можна до 23 липня наступного року. І що основне покривається? Це покриваються витрати на створення нових продуктів, на покращення внутрішніх процесів, на вихід на нові ринки, на створення різноманітних комерційних рішень, в тому числі IT-рішень для продажів, для виходу на нових ринків. І також там покриваються витрати на сертифікацію.
Дуже дякую, Олексію. Так, ми швиденько вже підходимо до кінця, тому що дійсно час вже трішки затягнувся. І напевне я задам останнє питання, таке для всіх вже. Ми обговорили дійсно дуже багато програм підтримки, які є зараз в Україні. Насправді і кредитні лінії, і гарантії, і страхування політичних ризиків, і гранти, і технічна підтримка, і доступ до капіталу. І насправді ми розуміємо, що СМІ будуть ставати, напевне, базою нашої економіки в найближчому майбутньому і будуть ставати нашим таким шляхом до Європейського Союзу. Тому є до вас питання. Якщо подивитися з точки зору бізнесу, по суті, будь-який бізнес може знайти для себе програму підтримки і дійсно отримати гроші від донорів. От якщо подивитися взагалі на карту всіх підтримок, її систематизувати, майже кожен може для себе знайти щось цікаве. І питання наступне про ризик-апетит і про сам доступ до цих програм. Чи маєте і чи ви відчуваєте зараз на такий напрямок, що ці програми будуть максимально збільшені протягом війни, ця підтримка буде збільшена, чи все-таки вона буде відкладена на післявоєнний період? І знову ж, чи є така вимога, скажімо, максимально спростити бізнесу доступ до програм, які зараз з одного боку в воюючій країні там відновлюється, а з іншого боку, дійсно хоче отримати цю підтримку?
Я можу сказати, що не тільки спростити, а й здешевити важливо, тому що доступ до фінансування – це є два моменти, дві сторони одної монети, тому що ціна ресурсу і доступність до цього ресурсу. Тому дуже важливо, щоб це було сумісно. І я переконаний в тому, що ніхто не буде чекати, поки закінчиться війна. Тому що ми, коли спілкуємося, в тому числі з нашими колегами, ми говоримо про те, що якщо чекати, коли закінчиться війна, то буде мало кому допомагати. Тому дуже важливо допомагати прямо зараз. І чим швидше, тим краще. І чим більше, тим краще.
Супер. Дякуємо, Микол.
Так, я також підтримую це. Я бачу, що я вірю, що кількість та суми підтримки тільки зростуть. Ось, якщо в такий складний період донори виділяють досить значні кошти, то я думаю, що ці кошти можуть бути тільки помножені. І я знаю одне, що вже відчутно, що в майбутньому в Україні буде престижно вести бізнес, престижно мати представництво, престижно мати взагалі свій підрозділ, і я думаю, що це допоможе нам значно швидше нашу економіку підняти і вдосконалити.
Дуже вам дякую. Я так розумію, онлайн у нас вже немає учасників, тому всім велике спасибі і дякую за участь і цікаві. Є Владислав ще. І Едвард. Окей, we've got everybody in place.
Багато людей ще є. Є, багато людей.
Yeah. So, maybe you have some comments to our final question and general panel and Q&A, certainly. Colleagues, Edward.
I wanted to wish you good success
in all things we started and discussed.
Yeah.
That was a great meeting.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you a lot. Yeah, as I understand, everybody are looking into the coffee direction. So, thanks.
Дякуємо.